I know you're ready to let go and drift into a peaceful sleep, relaxing with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really motivates me to create more videos like this. And I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this? And where are you from? Is there a story or character you'd like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: The Devil's Purse. The village of Blackthorn crouched in a rugged corner of England, its thatched cottages clinging to the rocky soil like stubborn weeds. The fields were more stone than dirt, each harvest a battle against a land that gave little and took much. Beyond the village, a dark wood loomed, its trees twisted, their branches whispering tales of things older than man, things that walked when the moon hid. The folk of Blackthorn were hardy, their hands rough, their faces lined, but scarcity was their constant shadow, and hunger a guest at every table. In this hard world lived Jack Tanner, a farmer whose wit was sharper than his plow, but whose luck was as thin as the broth he shared with his wife, Meg, and daughter, Bess. Jack was a lean man of 30, his brown hair streaked with gray, his blue eyes quick with a spark that hardship hadn't dulled. He worked from dawn to dusk, coaxing barley from the unforgiving earth, mending fences, tending a handful of scrawny sheep. Meg, steady and practical, kept their cottage warm, her hands deft with a needle, her smile a comfort despite their empty larder. Bess, just 8, was their light, her laughter bright, her auburn curls bouncing as she chased the chickens. But the winter had been cruel, the spring crueler, and Jack's fields yielded less each year. The rent to the Lord Steward was due, and the coins in Jack's pouch were fewer than the stones in his plow's path. It was on a gray morning, with mist curling through the valley like a ghost's breath, that Jack's life took a turn. He'd risen before dawn, his stomach growling, his mind heavy with worry. The rent was 3 days away, and he had nothing to pay it. No grain to sell, no sheep to spare. "We'll manage, Jack," Meg had said, her hand on his, her eyes steady. "We always do." But her voice was tight, and Bess's thin frame, curled by the hearth, was a silent plea. Jack kissed them both, grabbed his worn cloak, and set out for the wood, hoping to snare a rabbit or gather firewood to trade. The wood was a place of whispers, its paths shunned by most. But hunger was a sharper spur than fear. The forest was silent, its air damp, its trees looming like sentinels. Jack moved carefully, his boots crunching on fallen leaves, his eyes scanning for tracks. The deeper he went, the heavier the air grew, as if the wood itself watched. He found no rabbits, no wood worth cutting, only shadows that seemed to shift when he turned away. Frustration gnawed at him, his wit no match for an empty trap, and he was about to turn back when he saw it, a glint in the underbrush, like a star fallen to earth. He knelt, his hands brushing aside brambles, and found a leather purse, small but heavy, its surface worn but stitched with odd, spiraling runes that caught the light. Jack's breath caught, his fingers trembling as he opened it. Gold coins spilled into his palm, their edges sharp, their shine untouched by time. He counted 10, then 20, and still the purse held more, its depths endless, a miracle in leather. God's mercy, he whispered, his heart pounding, his mind racing with visions of food, a new plow, a warm coat for Bess. But the wood was too quiet, the runes too strange, and a chill crept up his spine. A whisper of warning he pushed aside. Luck at last, he said, tucking the purse into his cloak, his grin wide but wary. He hurried home, the coins clinking, the forest's gaze heavy on his back. Blackthorn's market was a meager affair, a few stalls of turnips and wool, but Jack strode in with a swagger, the purse a secret fire in his pocket. He spent a single coin, gold, bright, drawing gasps from the baker who handed over loaves, cheese, and a slab of bacon, his eyes wide. "Where'd you get that, Tanner?" he asked. But Jack just winked, his wit quick. "Found it in a dream," he said, and laughed. The weight of hunger lifting as he carried the food home. Meg's eyes lit up. Bess clapped, and the cottage filled with the scent of baking bread, a feast they hadn't known in years. "You're a wonder, Jack," Meg said, her smile warm, but her gaze lingered on the coin's shine, a question unspoken. That night, as the family slept, the curse struck. A crackle woke Jack, then a roar, and he bolted upright, the air thick with smoke. "Fire!" he shouted, grabbing Bess, pulling Meg from their pallet. They stumbled outside, the barn ablaze, its timbers collapsing in a shower of sparks. The sheep bleated, safe but panicked, as Jack fought the flames with buckets from the well, Meg and Bess at his side. The village rallied, old Tom with water, the blacksmith with shovels, but the barn was lost, its ashes a black scar by dawn. Jack stood, soot-streaked, his hands blistered, his heart heavy. "How?" Meg whispered, her voice shaking, her eyes on the ruins. Jack's hand found the purse, still heavy with gold, its runes warm under his fingers. The fire had come too fast, too fierce for a stray spark or lightning. He remembered the wood's silence, the chill in his spine, and doubt crept in, a worm in his joy. "It's nothing," he said, his voice hollow, his grin forced. "Bad luck, that's all. We'll rebuild." But Meg's eyes were sharp, her hand on Bess's shoulder, and Jack felt the purse's weight. A promise turned to threat. The next day, he sought old Grim, the wizard who lived at Blackthorn's edge, in a hut of wattle and bones, its roof sagging under ivy. Grim was old as the hills, his beard white, his eyes like flint, his voice a growl that carried secrets. The villagers shunned him, whispering of spells and deals with dark things. But Jack had no one else. He knocked, the purse in hand, and Grim opened the door, his gaze piercing. "Trouble, Tanner?" he said, his tone dry, his eyes on the purse. "That's no mortal coin you're carrying." Jack spilled the tale, the wood, the gold, the fire, his voice quick, his wit fraying. Grim listened, his fingers tracing a rune on his table, his face grim. "That's the devil's purse," he said, his voice low, heavy with warning. "Gold that never ends, but each coin spent brings ruin. You've caught his eye, lad, and he plays for keeps." Jack's stomach twisted, his hand clutching the purse, its runes burning now, a trap he'd walked into blind. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice raw, Bess's thin frame flashing in his mind. Grim's eyes narrowed, his fingers tapping, a spark of cunning in his gaze. "You fight fire with fire," he said, a smile curling his lips. "The devil's clever, but you're no fool. Tanner, we'll outwit him, but it'll take nerve and a trick or two." He leaned closer, his voice a whisper, his hut alive with the hum of old magic. "Keep that purse close and come back tomorrow. We've work to do." Jack left, the purse a weight, the wizard's words a lifeline. The village was quiet, its fields gray, the wood a shadow that watched. Meg waited, her eyes searching, and Bess ran to him, her curls bouncing, her trust a blade in his heart. The gold was a miracle, but its price was a curse. And Jack Tanner, farmer and fool, had stepped into the devil's game. The coins clinked, the wood whispered, and Blackthorn held its breath, waiting for the next disaster to fall. The village of Blackthorn woke to a sky heavy with clouds, the air thick with the scent of ash from Jack Tanner's burned barn. The charred timbers stood like a warning, a scar on the rocky fields that had already taken so much from him. Jack stood by the ruins, his hands blistered, his blue eyes shadowed by doubt. The leather purse, tucked inside his cloak, was heavy with gold coins that never ran out, their spiraling runes warm against his skin. It had promised a way out of hunger, a shield for Meg and Bess. But old Grim's words echoed like a tolling bell. "That's the devil's purse. Each coin spent brings ruin." The fire was no accident, and Jack's wit, sharp as it was, felt dull against the weight of a curse he'd unwittingly claimed. Meg was in the cottage, her hands kneading dough for the bread Jack's gold had bought, her face set in a practical calm that hid her worry. Bess played by the hearth, her auburn curls bouncing, her laughter a fragile light in the dim room. "We'll rebuild, Jack," Meg had said, her voice steady, but her eyes lingered on the purse when he set it on the table, its runes catching the firelight. "But that gold, it's too bright, too easy." What did Grim say? Jack's grin, usually quick, faltered, his hand brushing the purse as he recounted the wizard's warning. The devil's trap, the curse's price, the need for cunning to fight it. "It's cursed, Meg," he said, his voice low, his eyes on Bess, who hummed unaware. "Every coin I spend brings trouble. The barn was just the start, but there's so much gold, enough to fix everything, to give her a future." He paused, his wit warring with fear. "Grim says we can outwit the devil, but it'll take nerve. I don't know if I've got enough." Meg's hands stilled, her eyes sharp. "You've got more than you think, Jack Tanner," she said, her tone firm, her love a steady flame. "But you're not spending another coin till we know how to break this. Go back to Grim. He's our best chance." She wiped her hands, her practicality a lifeline, and Jack nodded, the purse a weight he couldn't ignore. He kissed Bess's forehead, her giggle a spark, and set out for Grim's hut, the wood shadow looming beyond the village, its silence a threat. Jack's hope, frayed but stubborn, drove him to spend another coin before seeking Grim. The barn was gone, the rent still due, and his family's hunger was a blade he couldn't dodge. At the market, He bought timber and nails, a single gold coin dazzling the carpenter, who asked no questions but whispered of Jack's sudden wealth. The village buzzed, eyes following him, and Jack's grin returned, his wit quick to deflect. "Found a lucky stone," he said, winking. But his heart was uneasy. The purse's runes hotter now, a warning he ignored. He hired hands to rebuild the barn, their hammers loud by noon, and returned home with a sack of oats, his steplighter, his doubt buried under gold's shine. The curse struck that night, swift and merciless. A storm rolled in, unnatural in its fury, the sky black, the wind howling like a beast. Rain fell in sheets, flooding the fields, turning Jack's barley to mud, his hopes to ruin. Meg woke him, her voice sharp, Bess clinging to her as lightning cracked. "Jack, the crops!" she shouted, and they ran, cloaks flapping, to save what they could. The village rallied, old Tom with buckets, the blacksmith hauling stones. But the flood was relentless, the fields a swamp by dawn. Jack stood, soaked and shaking, his hands empty, the purse afire in his pocket. "It's the gold," he whispered, his voice raw. Meg's eyes meeting his, her fear a mirror of his own. The next day, Jack spent another coin, his desperation outweighing caution. He bought a cow, its milk a promise for Bess, whose cheeks were too pale. The village whispered louder now, tales of Jack's wealth mixing with fear of the storm, the fire. The cow was sturdy, its lowing a comfort, but by evening it lay dead, its eyes dull, its body unmarked but lifeless. Meg's face paled, her hands clutching Bess, who cried for the animal. "No more, Jack," Meg said, her voice breaking, her practicality cracking. "This isn't luck, it's a curse, and it's killing us." Jack's wit failed him, his grin gone. The purse, a chain he couldn't break. The village felt heavier, the wood's shadow darker, and Bess's cough, faint but growing, was a dagger in his heart. "I'll fix this," he said, his voice hollow, his hand on the purse, its runes burning now, a pulse of malice. Meg's eyes were fierce, her love a spur. "Go to Grim, Jack, now, before we lose her." She held Bess close, her strength a wall, and Jack nodded, his fear a tide he swam against. Old Grim's hut was a tangle of ivy and bone, its air thick with the scent of herbs and old magic. Jack knocked, the purse in hand, its weight a confession. Grim opened the door, his white beard stark against his flinty eyes, his growl a challenge. "Back so soon, Tanner?" he said, his voice dry, his gaze piercing the purse. "Told you it was trouble. What's it cost you now?" Jack spilled the tale. Fire, flood, the dead cow. Bess's cough, his voice quick, his wit buried under guilt. "It's the devil's doing," he said, his hands shaking, the purse's runes glowing faintly in the hut's dim light. "Every coin I spend brings ruin. What do I do? Grim, I can't lose them." His voice broke, Bess's face flashing in his mind. Meg's trust a weight he feared he'd fail. Grim's fingers traced a rune on his table, his eyes narrowing, a spark of cunning in their depths. "The devil's purse," he said, his voice low, heavy with knowledge. "Old as sin, that trick. He gives you gold, but takes your life, piece by piece. You've caught his eye, lad, and he's playing for your soul." He leaned closer, his breath sharp with herbs. But he's not unbeatable. The devil's proud, and pride's a crack we can split. You'll need wit, nerve, and a bit of my craft. Jack's heart leapt, his fear tempered by hope. What's the plan? He asked, his voice steadying, his wit stirring. Grim's smile was thin, his hands pulling a small iron-bound box from a shelf, its surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly, a ward against dark things. First, we hide the purse, Grim said, opening the box, its hinges creaking. This'll hold it. Slow the curse. Give us time. Then we draw him out, the devil himself. He'll want his purse back, but we'll make him pay to get it. He dropped the purse inside, the runes flaring as the lid snapped shut. The air lighter, the curse's pulse dulled. Come back at dusk, Tanner. I'll have a spell ready, but you'll need to play your part. The devil's no fool, but neither are you. Jack left, the box in his hands, its weight a promise and a threat. The village was gray, its fields sodden, the wood a silent menace. Meg met him at the cottage, Bess asleep in her arms, her cough softer but present. Grim's got a plan, Jack said, his grin faint, his hand on the box. We'll beat this. Meg, I swear it. Her nod was firm, her love a fire, but her eyes held a question. Could he outwit the devil, or would the purse claim them all? The day dragged, the village uneasy, whispers of Jack's wealth now laced with fear. The purse was quiet in its box, but its curse lingered. Bess's cough, the flooded fields, the dead cow. Jack worked, hauling stones, mending fences, his mind on Grim's plan, his wit sharpening for the fight. The wood watched, its shadows alive, and Blackthorn held its breath. The devil's laughter a whisper in the wind, waiting for Jack Tanner to make his move. The village of Blackthorn lay under a sky bruised with twilight, its fields sodden from the cursed flood, its air heavy with the scent of wet earth and fear. Jack Tanner stood in his cottage, the iron-bound box from old Grim clutched in his hands, the devil's purse locked inside, its spiraling runes dulled but pulsing faintly. A heartbeat of malice. The purse's gold had promised wealth, but delivered ruin. Fire. Flood. A dead cow. And Bess's cough. A knife in Jack's heart. Grim's plan was a lifeline, a chance to outwit the devil. But the wizard's warning echoed. The devil's proud, and pride's a crack we can split. Jack's wit was sharp, his love for Meg and Bess sharper. But the wood beyond the village whispered of a foe no farmer could match. Meg sat by the hearth, her hands mending Bess's cloak, her eyes steady but shadowed. Bess slept, her cough softer, her auburn curls damp with fever. You trust Grim? Meg asked, her voice low, her practicality a shield against the purse's curse. Jack nodded, his grin forced, his fingers tracing the box's runes. Their iron cool but alive. He's our best shot, Jack said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing his gut. The purse is the devil's, and he'll come for it. Grim's got a spell, and I've got a trick or two. We'll beat him. Meg. Her nod was firm, her hand brushing his, her love a fire that warmed the cottage's chill. But the wood's silence was a weight, and Jack felt the devil's eyes, unseen but close, waiting for his move. At dusk, Jack returned to Grim's hut, the box under his cloak, the village fading into shadow. The hut was alive with magic, herbs smoking in a brazier, runes glowing on the walls, a mirror framed in bone glinting in the corner. Grim stood, his white beard stark, his flinty eyes sharp with purpose. "You're late, Tanner," he growled, his hands busy with a vial of black liquid, its surface swirling like ink. "The devil's stirring. Feel that air? He knows you've locked his purse." Jack set the box on the table, its runes flaring briefly. The purse's pulse stronger now. "What's the plan, Grim?" he asked, his wit quick, his fear a shadow he pushed aside. "You said we'd draw him out, make him pay." "How?" Grim's smile was thin, his fingers tapping the vial. "We bait him," he said, his voice low, heavy with cunning. "The purse is his pride, and he'll want it back, but we'll make it a game, a wager he can't resist. You challenge him, Tanner. If he can't take the purse by dawn, he lifts the curse. If he wins, he gets the purse, and maybe your soul." Jack's stomach twisted, but Grim raised a hand, his eyes glinting. "Don't fret, lad. This box holds the purse tight. And this," he handed Jack the vial, its liquid cold, "is a mirror spell. Splash it on him, and his tricks turn back. My runes'll do the rest." Jack took the vial, its weight a promise, his wit stirring. "A wager, eh? I've outsmarted traitors and lords. A devil's no different." His grin was bold, but his hand shook, Bess's cough echoing in his mind. Grim's gaze softened, a rare warmth in his growl. "You're a fool, Tanner, but a brave one," he said, his hand on the mirror, its bone frame humming. "Keep him talking, keep him proud. The devil's weak when he's angry. Now go. Midnight, by the crossroads. He'll come." Jack nodded, the box and vial under his cloak, the wood's shadow calling as he left, the hut's runes fading behind him. Midnight found Jack at the crossroads, where the village path met the wood's dark heart. The air was cold, the stars hidden, the silence ablaid. He set the box on the ground, its runes glowing faintly, and waited, the vial in his pocket, his heart a drum. The wood stirred, a wind rising, and a figure emerged, tall, suave, his cloak black as sin, his eyes red like embers, his smile sharp as a blade. The devil was no horned beast, but a gentleman, his voice smooth, his presence a fire that warmed and burned. "Jack Tanner," he said, his tone a purr, his eyes on the box. "You've got my purse, and I want it back. Thief's a poor look for a farmer." His laugh was low, a sound that coiled around Jack's spine. But Jack's wit was ready, his grin quick. "No thief, sir," he said, his voice bold, his hand on the vial. "I found it fair, but it's brought me trouble. Let's make a deal, a wager. If you can't take this purse by dawn, you lift its curse. If you win, it's yours, and I'm done." He paused, his eyes meeting the devil's, his fear buried under a farmer's bluff. "Unless you're scared to lose." The devil's smile widened, his eyes flaring, his pride stung. "A wager? Bold, for a man with a sick child and a drowned field. I'll play, Tanner, but you'll regret it." He snapped his fingers, and the air crackled, illusions rising, flames licking the crossroads, ghostly voices wailing Bess's name, shadows of Meg weeping. Jack's heart lurched, his hand clutching the vial. But Grimm's words held him. Keep him talking. Keep him proud. He laughed, his voice sharp, his wit ablade. Cheap tricks, he said, stepping over a phantom flame, its heat a lie. I've seen better at a fair. Try the box, sir. It's right there. The devil's eyes narrowed, his hand reaching. But the box's runes flared, a shock of light that burned his fingers. He snarled, his suave mask slipping, and the illusions grew, thunder rolling. A spectral wolf lunging, its jaws snapping. Jack dodged, his breath ragged, the vial cold in his hand. That all you got? He taunted, his voice steady, his eyes on the devil's rage. The devil roared, his cloak flaring, the crossroads shaking as he summoned a storm, wind howling, lightning cracking, the box glowing brighter, its runes a shield. Jack's cloak whipped, his body braced, but Grimm's spell held, the box unyielding. The voices grew louder, Bess crying, Meg pleading. But Jack's love was stronger, his wit a spark. You're losing, sir, he shouted, his hand on the vial, the devil's eyes blazing with fury. Dawn's coming, and your purse is mine. The devil's form flickered, his gentleman's guise fraying, a glimpse of horns, of fire, beneath. You'll pay, Tanner, he hissed, his hand weaving a new spell, shadows coiling like snakes, their fangs glinting. Jack's heart pounded, his fear a tide, but he pulled the vial, splashing its ink-black liquid. The mirror spell struck, the shadows turning, striking the devil, who screamed, his own magic burning him. The box flared, its runes ablaze, and the devil staggered, his eyes wide, his pride a wound. Dawn broke, a thin light piercing the clouds, and the devil froze, his cloak smoldering, his smile gone. Clever farmer, he spat, his voice a growl, his eyes locked on Jack. You've won this round, but I'll have my due. He vanished, a gust of sulfur, the crossroads still, the box quiet, its runes dim. Jack collapsed, his breath ragged, the vial empty, his body trembling but alive. The illusions faded, the storm gone, and Blackthorn's fields glowed with the first sun. The curse's grip loosened. For now, Jack returned to the cottage, the box in hand, Meg's arms around him, Bess's cough softer, her smile bright. You did it, Meg whispered, her eyes wet, her love afire. But Jack's grin was wary. The devil's words, I'll have my due, a splinter in his mind. The purse was safe, the curse stalled, but the wood watched, its shadows deep, and Grimm's hut hummed with magic. A plan unfinished. Jack held his family, his wit a shield. But the devil's laughter lingered, a promise of a game not yet won. The village of Blackthorn stirred under a pale spring sun, its fields glistening with the last traces of the cursed flood, its air lighter but uneasy, as if the earth itself held its breath. Jack Tanner stood in his cottage, the iron-bound box from Old Grim resting on the table. The devil's purse locked inside, its spiraling runes dim but pulsing faintly, a reminder of the wager won at the crossroads. The devil had come, suave and fiery, his tricks countered by Jack's wit and Grim's mirror spell, his pride wounded as dawn broke. The curse had lifted. Bess's cough was gone, The fields were drying, the barn's timbers rising anew, but the devil's parting words, "I'll have my due, farmer," hung over Jack like a shadow, a promise that the game was far from over. Meg moved through the cottage, her hands busy with mending, her auburn hair tied back, her practical calm a steady flame. Bess danced by the hearth, her laughter bright, her cheeks flushed with health, a sight that warmed Jack's heart but sharpened his guilt. The purse had nearly cost them everything. Fire, flood, death, sickness. And though its gold was silent now, locked in Grimm's box, it whispered to him, a siren song of wealth that could banish hunger forever. Meg's eyes met his, her voice low but firm. "It's done, Jack," she said, her needle pausing. "You beat him. Let's leave that purse be." Jack's grin was thin, his hand brushing the box, its iron cool but alive. "I want to, Meg," he said, his voice rough, his blue eyes shadowed. "But it's still here, still full of gold. 1 coin could fix the roof, buy a horse, send Bess to a proper school." He paused, his wit warring with fear, the devil's red eyes flashing in his mind. "Grimm says he'll come back. What if we're not ready?" Meg's hand found his, her touch a lifeline. "Then we'll face him together," she said, her love a fire that burned through his doubt. "You, me, Bess, and that old wizard. No more coins. Jack, promise me." He nodded, his throat tight, but the purse's whisper lingered, a temptation he couldn't fully silence. The village felt the curse's end, its scars healing under the sun. The fields sprouted green, the well's water clear again, the sheep grazing without fear. Old Tom baked extra loaves, sharing them with neighbors, his gruff voice praising Jack's nerve. The blacksmith forged new tools, his hammer a rhythm of renewal, his nod to Jack a quiet respect. Whispers of the devil's visit spread, tales of fire at the crossroads, of a farmer who'd outsmarted hell, but the folk kept their distance, their eyes wary of the wood, its dark heart a reminder of the purse's owner. Jack worked alongside them, hauling timber, planting seeds, his grin quick to deflect questions. But his heart was heavy. The box a secret he guarded close. Bess was their light, her recovery a miracle that lifted the cottage. She ran through the fields, her curls bouncing, her stories of Papa's brave night, a child's epic that made Meg smile and Jack wince. "Did you really scare the devil, Papa?" she asked, her eyes wide, her hands clutching a daisy chain. Jack's laugh was forced, his hand ruffling her hair, his voice a bluff. "Just a bit of trickery. Love, nothing to fret over." But her trust was a blade, cutting through his bravado, and the purse's hum, faint through the box, was a taunt he couldn't ignore. Jack returned to old Grimm, the box under his cloak, the wood's shadow colder now, its trees leaning as if listening. Grimm's hut was a fortress of magic, runes glowing, herbs smoking, the bone-framed mirror glinting in the dim light. The wizard stood, his white beard stark, his flinty eyes sharp with a knowledge that chilled Jack. "You look like a man who's won but don't believe it," Grimm said, his growl dry, his hands tracing a new rune on his table. "The devil's gone, but you're still clutching that box. Why?" Jack set the box down, its runes flaring briefly. the purse's pulse a soft throb. He said he'd have his due, he said, his voice low, his wit fraying. The curse is gone. Bess is better. The fields are green, but I feel him, grim, watching. And this purse. He paused, his hand hovering over the box. The gold's whisper allure. It's still here, still full. What if I need it? What if he comes back? Grim's eyes narrowed, his fingers tapping the mirror, its surface rippling faintly. You're tempted, Tanner, he said, his voice heavy, a warning wrapped in wisdom. That's his game. The purse is a hook, and you're still caught. The devil's pride took a hit, and he's not one to slink off. He'll try again, with a new trick, a sharper claw. He leaned closer, his breath sharp with herbs. You've got to destroy it, lad. But not yet. It's his anchor, and we'll use it to end him for good. Jack's heart raced, his fear a tide, but his wit stirred. Grim's cunning a spark. Destroy it? How? He asked, his voice steadying, his eyes on the box. And what's this new trick you're fretting over? Grim's smile was thin, his hands pulling a small silver charm from a shelf, its surface etched with a cross and thorn. The purse ties him to you, he said, tossing the charm to Jack, its weight light but warm. Keep this close. It'll burn him if he gets near. As for his trick, he paused, his eyes distant, a shadow crossing his face. I've crossed him before, long ago. He's patient, Tanner, and he plays on greed. You're not greedy, but you're desperate. And that's close enough. Stay sharp and keep that box locked. We'll plan the last move soon. Jack left, the charm in his pocket, the box under his arm. The wood's silence, a threat that followed him home. The village was alive, its folk working, their hope a fragile thing Jack had kindled. Meg greeted him, Bess at her side, her laughter a balm to his fear. What did Grim say? Meg asked, her eyes searching, her hands on Bess's shoulders. He says the devil's not done, Jack said, his grin faint, his hand on the charm. But we've got a chance to end it. Meg, no more coins, I swear. Her nod was fierce, her love a vow, but the box's hum was a whisper, its gold a dream that tugged at his heart. Bess hugged him, her daisy chain around his neck, her trust a weight he'd die to uphold. The days passed, the village thriving, its fields green, its hearths warm. Jack worked, his hands busy, his wit quick to joke with old Tom, to tease the blacksmith, to spin tales for Bess. But the purse's shadow lingered, its hum louder some nights, as if testing the box's runes. Strange signs appeared, a crow circling the cottage, its eyes red, a coin-shaped mark burned into the barn's new timbers, a chill in the well's water. Despite the spring's warmth, Meg noticed, her practicality sharpening, her chants from old village rhymes a ward she sang to Bess. He's watching, isn't he? She asked Jack, her voice low, her eyes on the box. Aye, Jack said, his hand on the charm, its thorn a prick against his skin. But we'll be ready. His grin was bold, his fear buried, but the devil's laughter was a whisper in the wood, a promise of a trick yet to come. Grim's hut glowed at the village's edge, its runes a plan half formed, and Blackthorn stood, its folk unaware, as Jack Tanner braced for the devil's next move. his family's love the fire that kept him whole. The village of Blackthorn bloomed under the spring sun, its fields green with new barley, its cottages alive with the hum of work and hope. Jack Tanner stood by his rebuilt barn, its timbers sturdy, its roof tight against the rain. The curse of the devil's purse was gone. Bess's cough silenced, the floods dried, the livestock thriving, but the iron-bound box from Old Grim sat heavy in the cottage, the purse's spiraling runes a faint pulse, a reminder of the devil's threat. I'll have my due, farmer. Jack's victory at the crossroads had wounded the devil's pride, but Grim's warning was clear. The fiend would return, his tricks sharper, his hunger for the purse and Jack's soul undimmed. Jack's wit was his weapon, his love for Meg and Bess, his shield, and with Grim's magic, he'd end the game for good. Meg worked in the garden, her hands pulling weeds, her auburn hair catching the light, her practical strength a steady flame. Bess ran through the fields, her laughter a melody, her daisy chains a crown for the family's survival. The silver charm Grim had given Jack, a cross and thorn etched in metal, hung at his neck, its warmth a ward against the wood's shadow. No more waiting, Jack, Meg said, her eyes on the cottage, where the box rested. That purse needs to go, or he'll never leave us be. Her voice was firm, her love a vow, and Jack nodded, his grin quick but wary, the devil's red eyes a memory that lingered. We'll end it, Meg, he said, his hand on a charm, its thorn a prick against his skin. Grim's got a plan, and I've got a trick up my sleeve. The devil won't know what hit him. Bess hugged him, her curls bouncing, her trust a fire that burned through his doubt. But the wood was silent, its trees watching, and the box's hum grew louder some nights, as if the purse sensed its master's return. Jack felt it, a pull he couldn't shake, the gold's whisper a temptation he fought with every breath. Grim's hut was a fortress of magic, its runes glowing, its air thick with the scent of herbs and iron. Jack arrived at dusk, the box under his cloak, the charm warm against his chest. Grim stood by his bone-framed mirror, its surface rippling, his white beard stark against his flinty eyes. You're ready, Tanner, he growled, his hands busy with a leather pouch, its contents clinking faintly. The devil's close. I feel him in the air, proud and angry. We'll give him his purse, but on our terms. Jack set the box on the table, its runes flaring. The purse's pulse a soft throb. Give it back? He asked, his wit quick, his fear a shadow. After all this, what's the trick, Grim? I'm not handing my soul to that fiend. Grim's smile was sharp, his fingers opening the pouch to reveal iron nails, their tips etched with runes that glowed faintly, a ward against dark things. Not giving out, lad, tricking, he said, his voice low, heavy with cunning. We'll make a decoy, a purse stuffed with these. Iron burns him, and the runes'll bind him. He takes the fake. The real purse dissolves, and the curse breaks for good. He pulled a second pouch, leather, worn, its runes a crude mimic of the devil's. From a shelf, midnight, at the crossroads. You'll bait him, keep him talking. I'll be close, with a spell to seal it. Jack's heart leaped, his fear tempered by the plan's audacity. "A decoy, eh? Like swapping a bad egg at market," he said, his grin wide, his wit a spark. "I'll play the fool, keep him smug. But what if he smells the trick?" Grim's eyes glinted, his hand on the mirror, its ripple a promise. "He won't," Grim said, tossing Jack the decoy pouch, its nails clinking. "The runes'll fool him, and your tongue'll do the rest. The devil's greedy for his purse, and greed blinds him. Now go. Midnight waits." Jack nodded, the decoy in his pocket, the box under his arm, the wood's shadow a call he answered with a farmer's nerve. Midnight found Jack at the crossroads, the air cold, the stars hidden, the wood's silence ablade. He set the box down, its runes glowing, and held the decoy pouch, its nails heavy, its runes a faint mimic of the purse's fire. The charm at his neck burned, a warning, and the ground trembled, a wind rising. The devil appeared, his black cloak swirling, his red eyes blazing, his smile sharp but strained, his pride a wound that festered. "Tanner," he purred, his voice smooth, a fire that warmed and burned. "You've kept my purse too long. Give it here, or I'll take more than gold." Jack's grin was bold, his wit ablade, his hand on the decoy. "More than gold? You've taken enough, sir. My barn, my crops, my peace," he said, his voice quick, his eyes meeting the devil's. "But I'm a fair man. Take your purse and leave us be. It's in the box, if you can open it." He stepped back, the decoy hidden, the box's runes flaring, a challenge that stung the devil's pride. The devil laughed, his eyes narrowing, his hand reaching for the box. The runes burned, a shock that made him snarl, his suave mask slipping. "Clever, farmer," he hissed, his cloak flaring, the air crackling with magic. "But I'm done with games." He wove a spell, shadows rising, claws of smoke, eyes of fire, voices wailing Meg's name, Bess's cough. Jack's heart lurched, his hand on the charm, its thorn a prick that grounded him. Grim's voice echoed, "Keep him talking, keep him proud." "Games?" Jack said, his laugh sharp, his wit a shield. "You're the one playing, sir, with your storms and ghosts. Can't even open a box. Can you?" The devil's eyes blazed, his hand striking the box, its runes holding, a barrier Grim's magic had forged. The shadows lunged, their claws grazing Jack's cloak. But he dodged, his breath ragged, the decoy pouch a weight in his hand. "Here, take it," he shouted, tossing the pouch, its runes glinting. A lure the devil couldn't resist. The devil caught it, his smile triumphant, his eyes greedy. "Fool," he hissed, opening the pouch, his fingers plunging inside. The iron nails burned, their runes flaring, and the devil screamed, his hand smoking, his form flickering, horns, fire, a beast beneath the gentleman's guise. "Trickery," he roared, the pouch falling, its nails scattering, their light a cage that bound him. Grim emerged from the shadows, his mirror raised, its surface rippling, a spell chanting from his lips. The mirror flared, reflecting the devil's fire, sending it back, and the fiend staggered, his eyes wide, his pride shattered. The box opened, the true purse glowing, its runes a blaze that consumed itself, dissolving in a burst of light. The curse broken, the gold gone. The devil's scream was deafening, a sound of rage and defeat. As he vanished, a gust of sulfur. The crossroads still. Jack collapsed, his breath ragged, the charm warm at his neck, Grimm's hand on his shoulder. The wizard's growl a rare laugh. "You did it, lad," Grimm said, his eyes glinting, the mirror dim. "He's gone, and the purse with him." Jack returned to the cottage, Meg's arms around him, Bess's laughter a song. The village thrived, its fields rich, its folk bound by Jack's tale, a legend of wit over hell. Grimm stayed, his hut a quiet guard, his own past a shadow he didn't share. Jack rebuilt, his hands busy, his grin true. But one morning, a single gold coin appeared in his pocket, its runes gone, its weight harmless, a gift or a taunt from a devil who never forgot. Jack smiled, tossing it to Bess, her giggle a fire that burned brighter than gold. And Blackthorn stood, its hearths warm, its wood silent, a village saved by a farmer's cunning and a family's love. Story: The Selkie of Sandwick. The village of Sandwick clung to the edge of Orkney's wild coast, where the North Sea roared with a voice that was both mother and monster. In the autumn of 1780, the cliffs stood sentinel against waves that churned gray and restless, their foam flecking the black rocks like stars scattered by a careless hand. Sandwick's people were forged by this sea, hardy fishermen and weavers, their lives bound to its tides, their stories steeped in its mysteries. The wind carried whispers of selkies, seals who shed their skins to walk as humans, their beauty a lure, their souls forever tied to the deep. To the villagers, these were more than tales. They were truths woven into the nets and hearth fires, a reminder that the sea gave, but it also took. Ewan MacLeod was one such son of Sandwick, a fisherman of 30 whose weathered face and calloused hands told a story of toil and loss. His dark hair was streaked with salt, his hazel eyes shadowed by a grief he rarely spoke of, a wife lost to fever, a child who never drew breath. Ewan's days were a rhythm of labor, casting nets at dawn, hauling cod and herring under skies that shifted from blue to storm, mending his boat's hull in the dim light of his cottage. The sea was his livelihood, but it was also his solace, its vastness a mirror for the emptiness he carried. The villagers respected him, a quiet man who drank little and worked hard, but they saw the loneliness in his silences, the way he lingered on the shore, as if waiting for something to rise from the waves. Sandwick's tales of selkies were a comfort to some, a warning to others. Old Morag, the village weaver, spun stories by the fire, her voice low as she spoke of seal women who danced on moonlit shores, their skins hidden to keep them human. "Take a selkie's skin," she'd say, "and you bind her to you. But the sea never forgets. It calls them back, and woe to those who stand in its way." Ewan listened, his skepticism a shield, but the tale stirred a longing he couldn't name. He'd seen seals basking on Sandwick Bay, their eyes too knowing, their songs too mournful, and wondered if there was truth in the old woman's words. One stormy night, as the wind howled and the sea battered the cliffs, Ewan's life changed. He'd been mending nets in his boat, anchored just beyond the bay, when the storm forced him to shore. Soaked and shivering, he stumbled onto the rocks, seeking shelter in a cove where the waves were gentler. There, beneath a slab of basalt, he saw a shimmer, a skin, sleek and silver, like moonlight trapped in silk. It was no ordinary pelt. It pulsed with a faint glow, its surface etched with runes that seemed to dance. Ewan's breath caught, Morag's tales flooding his mind. A Selkie's skin, left unguarded, a treasure and a temptation. He reached for it, his hands trembling, and the air grew warmer as if the sea held its breath. As he lifted the skin, a figure emerged from the waves. A woman, her dark hair streaming like kelp, her eyes the gray of storm clouds, her skin pale as sea foam. She was beautiful, ethereal, her presence both human and wild, and Ewan knew her for what she was, a Selkie, caught between worlds. Her name, she said, was Lyrian, and her voice was a melody, soft but edged with sorrow. She saw the skin in his hands, her eyes widening, but she didn't flee, her gaze locking with his, a mix of fear and curiosity. Ewan's heart, so long closed, opened in that moment. He was a man of the sea, but he was also a man alone, and Lyrian's beauty, her strangeness, filled a void he'd thought permanent. "Stay with me," he said, his voice rough. The skin clutched tight. "Be my wife, and I'll keep you safe." It was a plea, not a command, but the skin was his leverage, a choice that wasn't truly hers. Lyrian hesitated, her eyes searching the waves, but something in Ewan's face, his pain, perhaps, or his hope, held her. She nodded, her agreement a fragile thread, and followed him to Sandwick, her steps heavy with the sea's loss. The villagers whispered when Ewan brought Lyrian home, her beauty too otherworldly, her silence too deep. They called her his Selkie bride, their tales weaving a romance that masked the truth. Ewan hid the skin in a locked chest, its key worn around his neck, a secret he guarded with a love that bordered on obsession. Lyrian became his wife, her grace softening his edges, her laughter a rare gift in their cottage. They had 2 children, Mary, a girl with her mother's gray eyes, and Finn, a boy with Ewan's stubborn jaw. The family was a beacon in Sandwick, but beneath it lay a fault line. Lyrian loved Ewan, in her way, and adored her children, teaching them the sea's songs and the names of its creatures. But the sea never left her. At night, she'd stand on the shore, her eyes fixed on the horizon, the waves singing a melody only she could hear. Her health began to fade, her skin paling, her steps slower, as if the land drained her. Ewan saw it, his fear growing, and tightened his grip on the key. Believing love could hold her, the villagers noticed too, their whispers turning to pity. "She's a Selkie," Morag said, her eyes sad. "The sea's her home, and it'll claim her, one way or another." Mary, at 8, was the first to sense her mother's pain. "Why do you look at the sea, Ma?" she asked, her small hand in Lyrian's. Lyrian smiled, her heart breaking, and told her stories of Selkies, of skins hidden and freedom lost, masking her longing as myth. Finn, 6 and fiercely loyal to Ewan, watched his mother with suspicion, sensing her distance. Lyrian's love for her children was a chain, binding her to land, but the sea's call was a tide, relentless and growing stronger. The turning point came on a quiet night. As Ewan slept and the children dreamed, Lyrianne stood by the cottage door, the sea's song louder than ever, a chorus of voices that spoke of her skin, her true self, hidden in a chest in the attic. A dream followed, vivid and sharp. The chest, its lock gleaming, the skin within shimmering, and a warning, a shadowed figure, half seal, half human, its eyes hollow, whispering of a curse. Return to us, or pay the price, it said. A Selkie's soul belongs to the sea, and the land will break you. Lyrian woke, her breath ragged, her resolve ignited. She would find her skin, reclaim her freedom, even if it meant leaving those she loved. The sea's curse was a shadow over her quest. The villagers spoke of Selkies who lingered too long on land, their lives demanded by the deep, their families cursed if they resisted. Lyrian felt it in her bones, a pull that weakened her, but her children's faces, Mary's trust, Finn's frown, gave her strength. She began her search, her movements cautious, her eyes on the attic, the chest, the key around Ewan's neck. Ewan, sensing her restlessness, grew vigilant, his love turning possessive, his hand never far from the key. The sea roared, its storms battering Sandwick, and Lyrian knew time was slipping away. One morning, as Ewan prepared his nets, Mary ran to Lyrian, her small hand clutching a rusted key found in the sand by the bay. "Is this for your stories, Ma?" she asked, her eyes bright. Lyrian's heart leaped. The key matched the chest, a gift from the sea, but also a warning. The curse was stirring, its guardian watching, and Ewan's love, once her shelter, was now her chain. She took the key, her fingers trembling, and whispered a promise to herself. She would be whole again, for her children, for the sea, even if it meant facing the wrath of both. Sandwick Bay waited, its waves a siren's call, and Lyrian, Selkie, and Mother stepped into the unknown, her fate tied to a skin hidden and a love that could not hold her. The sea's song haunted Lyrian's every waking moment, a melody woven of salt and sorrow that grew louder with each passing day. In the 10 years since Ewan MacLeod had claimed her Selkie skin, binding her to the land and to him, Lyrian had carved out a life in Sandwick. Her love for her husband and children, Mary and Finn, a fragile anchor against the tide of her longing. But the sea was relentless, its whispers seeping into her dreams, its waves battering the cliffs of Orkney with a voice that called her home. By the autumn of 1790, Lyrian's health was fading, her skin pale as driftwood, her gray eyes dimmed by a sickness no village healer could name. The sea was claiming her, and she knew she could no longer resist its pull. Her resolve had crystallized that moonless night, when a dream revealed the location of her skin. A locked chest in the attic of their cottage, its key worn around Ewan's neck. The vision came with a warning, a shadowed figure, half seal, half human, its hollow eyes promising a curse for a Selkie who lingered too long on land. "Return to us, or pay the price," it had whispered, its voice a chorus of the deep. Lyrian woke, her heart pounding, her body trembling with a fever that wasn't mortal. She was a Selkie, her soul bound to the sea, and the land was breaking her. To live, to be whole, she had to find her skin and return to the waves, even if it meant shattering the family she loved. Sandwick was a village of watchful eyes, its people steeped in Selkie lore, their whispers following Lyrian like gulls. They called her Ewan's Selkie bride, their pity a weight she felt in every glance. Old Morag, the weaver, had warned her years ago. The sea never forgets its own. It'll call you back, lass, and it won't be kind. Lyrian saw the truth in Morag's eyes now, in the storms that lashed the coast, in the seals that gathered at Sandwick Bay, their songs echoing her own. Her children noticed her change. Mary, 8 and curious, asked why her mother stared at the sea. Finn, 6 and fiercely loyal to Ewan, frowned when she lingered too long on the shore. Lyrian's heart ached for them, but the sea's call was a tide she could no longer fight. Her quest began in secret, a delicate dance around Ewan's vigilance. Ewan, once her refuge, had grown possessive, his love a chain forged by fear. He sensed her restlessness, his hazel eyes tracking her movements, his hand never far from the key around his neck. By day, he fished, his boat cutting through the waves, but at night, he watched her, his silences heavy with unspoken questions. Lyrian moved carefully, her actions masked by routine, cooking, mending nets, singing to Mary and Finn, while her mind mapped the cottage, searching for the chest her dream had shown. The attic was her target, a cramped space under the cottage's thatched roof, filled with dust and forgotten relics. She waited for moments when Ewan was at sea, climbing the ladder with a candle, her hands trembling as she tested floorboards and tapped walls. The sea aided her, its whispers guiding her to a corner where a heavy chest sat, its wood dark with age, its lock gleaming like a challenge. The keyhole matched the rusted key Mary had found in the sand, a gift from the waves. But Lyrian dared not use it yet. Ewan's return was unpredictable, and the chest's runes, faintly glowing, pulsed with a magic she didn't fully understand. Mary became her unwitting ally, the girl's curiosity, so like Lyrian's own, made her eager to help, though she didn't grasp the stakes. Lyrian wove Selkie tales for her, stories of seal women who danced under the moon, their skins hidden by lovers who couldn't let go. "Do they ever go back to the sea, Ma?" Mary asked, her gray eyes wide. Lyrian's throat tightened, but she smiled, brushing a lock of hair from her daughter's face. "Sometimes," she said, "if they're brave enough." Mary clutched the rusted key, her small fingers tracing its shape, and Lyrian felt a pang of guilt for drawing her into this. But the sea's urgency left no room for hesitation. Finn, however, was a complication. His loyalty to Ewan made him wary, his frowns deepening when Lyrian lingered in the attic or whispered to Mary. "Why are you always looking up there?" he asked one evening, his voice sharp. Lyrian deflected with a song, but Finn's eyes followed her, a mirror of Ewan's suspicion. The boy's love was a blade, cutting both ways, and Lyrian knew she'd have to tread carefully to keep him from betraying her to his father. The sea's curse began to manifest, subtle but unmistakable. Storms grew fiercer, their winds howling Lyrian's name, their waves crashing with a rhythm that matched her pulse. At night, she dreamed of the shadowed figure, its hollow eyes promising a reckoning, a trial to reclaim her skin, a price for her years on land. The visions left her weaker, her breath shallow, as if the sea siphoned her life with each refusal to return. The seals at Sandwich Bay gathered in greater numbers, their songs a chorus of longing and warning, and Lyrian felt their eyes on her, urging her to act before the curse claimed her. Her first attempt at the chest was a near disaster. One morning, as Ewan fished and the children played by the shore, Lyrian climbed to the attic, the rusted key in hand. The chest's lock was stiff, the runes flaring as she inserted the key, and a cold wind swept through, though the attic's window was sealed. She turned the key, her heart racing, but the lock held, the chest humming with a resistance that wasn't mortal. Footsteps sounded below. Ewan, back early. His voice calling her name. Lyrian hid the key, descending with a forced smile. But Ewan's eyes were dark, his hand clutching the key around his neck. "What were you doing up there?" he asked, his tone low, dangerous. "Cleaning." Lyrian lied, her voice steady despite the fear coiling in her gut. Ewan studied her, his love warring with suspicion, and let it pass, but the moment was a warning. He began locking the attic door, his boat trips shorter, his presence a constant shadow. Lyrian's resolve hardened. She couldn't wait for chance. She needed a plan, a way to distract Ewan, to reach the chest without his interference. The villagers' whispers grew louder, their pity turning to unease. Morag cornered Lyrian at the market, her eyes sharp. "The sea's angry, lass," she said, her voice low. "I see it in your face. You're one of them, aren't you? A Selkie. Find your skin, or the deep'll take you. And maybe more." Lyrian nodded, her throat tight, and Morag pressed a shell into her hand, its surface etched with a rune of protection. "For courage," she said, and walked away, leaving Lyrian with a spark of hope and dread. Mary's innocence proved the key. One evening, as Ewan mended nets by the fire, Mary slipped the rusted key to Lyrian, her eyes bright with mischief. "I kept it safe, Ma," she whispered. Lyrian hugged her, her heart torn between love and guilt, and waited for night. When Ewan slept, his snores heavy, she crept to the attic, the key unlocking the door with a soft click. The chest waited, its runes dim but alive, and Lyrian knelt, her hands trembling as she inserted the key. The lock resisted, the air growing cold, but she whispered a Selkie song, its notes a plea to the sea, and the chest yielded, its lid creaking open. Inside lay her skin, shimmering like moonlight, its runes glowing with a life that called to her soul. Lyrian's breath caught, tears falling as she touched it, feeling the sea's embrace after a decade of exile. But the chest's runes flared. A warning and a vision struck her. The shadowed figure, its voice a hiss. "The sea demands a price. Return or lose all." The cottage shook, a storm breaking outside, and Ewan's voice roared below, woken by the noise. "Lyrian!" he shouted, his footsteps thundering up the ladder. Lyrian clutched the skin, her heart a battlefield. Freedom or family, sea or land. Mary's face, Finn's frown. Ewan's love flashed through her mind, but the sea's call was a tide she couldn't fight. She fled, the skin under her arm, down the ladder, past Ewan's reaching hands, out into the storm. The waves roared, the seals sang, and Sandwich Bay waited, its rocks a gateway to her true self. But Ewan's pursuit, the curse's shadow, and the love she couldn't fully leave behind were a storm of their own. And Lyrian, Selkie, and Mother ran toward a fate she could only half see. The storm that chased Lyrian from the attic of her Sandwick cottage was a beast, its winds howling like a chorus of lost souls, its waves clawing at the cliffs with a fury that matched her own. The Selkie skin, clutched tightly under her arm, shimmered even in the darkness, its runes pulsing with a life that sang to her blood. Lyrian's heart raced, torn between the sea's call and the echoes of Ewan's voice. Lyrian, his footsteps thundering behind her as she fled. Mary's small face, bright with trust, and Finn's suspicious frown haunted her. But the sea was relentless, its song a tide that drowned her doubts. She was a Selkie, bound to the deep, and the skin was her key to freedom, though the curse it carried loomed like a shadow over her flight. Lyrian stumbled into the night, the cottage door slamming shut behind her, cutting off Ewan's pursuit for a moment. The storm's roar swallowed her footsteps as she ran toward Sandwick Bay, the rocks where she'd lost her skin 10 years ago, now a beacon in the chaos. But the chest's lock had resisted her, its runes flaring with a magic that demanded more than a key, and Ewan's awakening had forced her to flee with the skin still locked within its grasp. She hid it beneath a loose floorboard in the shed, a temporary sanctuary, and returned to the cottage, her breath ragged, her mind racing. The sea's curse was stirring, its shadowed guardian whispering in her dreams, and Lyrian knew her time was running out. The days that followed were a delicate dance of deception and desperation. Ewan's suspicion had hardened into a wall, his hazel eyes tracking her every move. The key around his neck, a constant reminder of his control. He locked the attic door with a new bolt, his fishing trips shorter, his presence suffocating. "You're not yourself, Lyrian," he said one evening, his voice low, his hand gripping her wrist. "What's changed?" Lyrian forced a smile, her heart pounding, and murmured about the storm's toll. But Ewan's gaze lingered, his love now laced with fear. She knew he sensed her intent, and the chest, so close yet unreachable, was a torment. Lyrian's health continued to fade, her body weakening as the sea's pull grew stronger. Her skin was translucent, her gray eyes feverish, and each breath felt like a battle against the land's weight. The villagers noticed, their whispers growing bolder. "She's a Selkie." "Sure enough," said Morag, the weaver, her eyes sharp as she handed Lyrian a basket of fish. "The sea's calling her back, and it won't wait." Lyrian nodded, clutching the shell Morag had given her, its rune of protection a faint comfort against the visions that plagued her. The shadowed figure, its hollow eyes demanding her return, its voice a warning of a price yet unpaid. Mary, her 8-year-old daughter, was Lyrian's greatest ally, her innocence a shield against Ewan's vigilance. The girl's curiosity, sparked by Lyrian's Selkie tales, made her eager to help, though she didn't fully understand the stakes. "Is the key for a treasure, Ma?" Mary asked, her gray eyes bright as she played with the rusted key she'd found in the sand. Lyrian knelt, her heart aching, and whispered, "It's for something precious. Love. Something that makes me whole." Mary beamed, slipping the key into her pocket, and Lyrian felt a surge of hope, tempered by guilt for involving her child in a quest so dangerous. Finn, however, was a growing threat. At 6, his loyalty to Ewan was fierce, his frowns deepening as he watched Lyrian and Mary whisper. "You're sneaking, Ma," he said one morning, his small hands clenched. "Dus says you're not happy." "Why?" Lyrian's throat tightened, but she pulled him close, singing a Selkie song to soothe him. Finn relaxed, but his eyes remained wary, a mirror of Ewan's suspicion. And Lyrian knew she had to act before he betrayed her to his father. The sea's curse grew more tangible, its presence a shadow that followed her. Storms battered Sandwick, their waves crashing with a rhythm that echoed her pulse, their winds carrying voices that whispered her name. At night, the seals gathered at the bay, their numbers swelling, their songs a chorus of longing and warning. Lyrian felt their eyes, urging her to reclaim her skin, but the visions were relentless. The shadowed figure, now clearer, its form half seal, half human, its voice a hiss. "The sea demands your return. Linger, and all you love will pay." The dreams left her gasping, her body trembling, as if the sea siphoned her life with each refusal. Lyrian's search became a series of calculated risks. She enlisted Mary to distract Ewan, sending her to ask for stories or help with nets, giving Lyrian moments to slip into the shed. The skin, hidden beneath the floorboard, shimmered when she touched it, its runes glowing. But the chest's lock remained a barrier, its magic resisting the rusted key. Lyrian studied the runes, tracing their shapes, and recognized fragments of Selkie lore, symbols of binding, of sacrifice, of the sea's claim. She sang to them, her voice a Selkie melody, and the runes softened, but the lock held, as if demanding a price she hadn't yet paid. Ewan's traps grew cleverer. He set bells on the attic door, their jingle alerting him to any intrusion. He moved the chest, hiding it in a locked cupboard, its key now joined by a second around his neck. Lyrian, desperate, turned to Morag, slipping to her cottage under the guise of buying thread. "The sea's curse is real, isn't it?" she asked, her voice low. Morag nodded, her eyes sad. "Aye, lass, a Selkie's soul belongs to the deep. Find your skin, or the sea'll take you, and maybe your bairns. Sing to the runes, give something of yourself. That's the way." Morag's words were a spark, but they also deepened Lyrian's fear. The curse wasn't just hers to bear. Mary's courage proved the turning point. One stormy afternoon, as Ewan repaired his boat and Finn played nearby, Mary slipped into the shed with Lyrian, her small hands clutching the rusted key. "I told Da I'm helping you weave," she whispered, her eyes bright with mischief. Lyrian hugged her, her heart torn, and they retrieved the chest from its hiding place, its weight heavy with magic. The runes glowed, responding to Lyrian's song, and Mary, fearless, inserted the key, her small fingers turning it with a strength Lyrian lacked. The lock clicked, the lid creaking open, and the skin lay within, its shimmer a call to freedom, its runes a promise and a threat. Lyrian reached for it, tears falling, but the sea's curse struck, a vision of the shadowed figure, its hollow eyes blazing, its voice a roar. "The price is your heart, Selkie. Choose now." The shed shook, the storm outside intensifying, and Ewan's shout cut through the wind. He'd returned, Finn at his side, their faces dark with betrayal. "Lyrian!" Ewan roared, his knife gleaming as he stormed toward the shed. Finn's eyes widened, torn between his parents, and Mary clung to Lyrian, her small body a shield. Lyrian grabbed the skin, her decision made in a heartbeat. She fled, Mary's hand in hers, toward Sandwich Bay, the rocks where her journey had begun. The sea roared its approval, the seals singing. But Ewan's pursuit was a storm of its own. His love twisted into rage. The shadowed figure loomed in her mind, its curse a chain that tightened with each step. Lyrian's heart broke for her children, for Ewan, but the skin was her soul, and the sea was her home. As the bay's rocks loomed, the waves crashing like a judgment, Lyrian ran, her fate a tide she could no longer outrun, the curse and Ewan's knife closing in. The storm over Sandwich Bay was a living fury, its winds screaming like banshees, its waves crashing against the black rocks with a force that shook the earth. Lyrian ran through the tempest, her silky skin clutched to her chest, its shimmering runes pulsing with a life that sang to her soul. Mary's small hand was tight in hers, the girl's breath ragged, but her gray eyes fierce with trust. The sea roared its approval. A chorus of seals gathered at the bay's edge, their songs weaving with the storm's howl. But behind Lyrian, Ewan's pursuit was relentless. His shouts, "Lyrian, stop!" cutting through the wind, his footsteps heavy with a love twisted into rage. Finn, torn and confused, ran at his father's side, his young voice lost in the chaos. The shadowed figure from Lyrian's visions, the guardian of the sea's curse, loomed in her mind, its hollow eyes a promise of reckoning. And Sandwich Bay, where her skin had been taken 10 years ago, was now the crucible of her fate. Lyrian's heart was a battlefield, torn between the sea's call and the love she bore for her children and Ewan. The skin, freed from the attic chest by Mary's courage, was her soul, her true self, but the curse's price hung over her. A Selkie who lingered too long on land would face a trial, a sacrifice to reclaim her freedom. The bay's rocks loomed ahead, jagged and slick. The place where she'd first met Ewan, where her life had changed. She stumbled, her weakened body faltering. But Mary's grip steadied her. "Keep going, Ma!" the girl cried, her voice a spark in the dark. Lyrian pressed on, the skin's warmth a beacon, the sea's song a guide. But Ewan's boat was already cutting through the waves, his knife gleaming in the storm's flicker. The bay was a maelstrom, the sea's rage mirroring the conflict within Lyrian. She reached the rocks, the same slab of basalt where Ewan had found her skin a decade ago, and knelt. The skin unfurled before her. Its runes glowed, their light piercing the fog, and Lyrian felt the sea's embrace, a pull so strong it nearly drowned her fear. But the guardian appeared, rising from the waves, a spectral Selkie, its form half seal, half human, its eyes hollow pits, its voice a hiss that echoed in her bones. "You've lingered too long, daughter of the deep," it said, its words a wave that crashed against her resolve. "The sea demands a price, your life, or the lives of those you love. Choose, or be bound forever." Mary gasped, clinging to Lyrian, her small body trembling but defiant. "No, you can't take her," she cried, her voice cutting through the storm. Lyrian's heart broke, her love for her daughter a chain that held her to the land. She looked at the skin, its runes now pulsing with a warning, and felt the curse's weight. A Selkie's soul belonged to the sea, but her heart belonged to her children. The guardian raised a clawed hand, its magic coiling around the skin, binding it with threads of shadow that burned where they touched. Lyrian cried out, pulling the skin free, but the guardian's power was a tide, threatening to trap her in human form forever. Ewan's boat reached the shore, its hull scraping against the rocks. He leapt out, Finn at his heels, his face a mask of rage and desperation. "Lyrian, don't do this," he shouted, his knife raised, its blade catching the lightning's flash. "You're my wife, their mother. You can't leave us." His voice cracked, love and betrayal warring within him, but Lyrian saw the key around his neck, the symbol of his control, and knew he'd never let her go willingly. Finn's eyes were wide, torn between his father's anger and his mother's pain, and he hesitated, his small hands clenched. Lyrian stood, the skin in her arms, Mary at her side, and faced Ewan, her gray eyes blazing with a Selkie's fire. "I love you, Ewan," she said, her voice steady despite the storm. "I love our children, but I'm not yours to keep. This skin is my soul, and the sea is my home. Let me go, or the sea will take us all." Her words were a plea, but Ewan's face hardened, his knife steady, his love a prison he couldn't escape. The guardian struck, its shadowed threads lashing out, binding Lyrian's wrists, pulling her toward the waves. She fought, her Selkie song rising, its melody a counter to the curse's power. But the guardian was relentless, its voice a roar. "Choose, Selkie, your life or theirs," Mary screamed, throwing herself at the threads, her small hands tearing at them, her courage alight in the dark. Finn, seeing his sister's defiance, wavered, his loyalty to Ewan cracking. "Ma, hey," he cried, stepping toward her. But Ewan grabbed him, his knife now at Lyrian's throat. The storm peaked, the sea surging, waves crashing over the rocks, drenching them all. Lyrian's song faltered, the guardian's threads tightening, and she saw the truth. The curse demanded a sacrifice, and her love was her weakness. "Take me," she whispered to the guardian, her voice breaking. "Spare my children. Spare Ewan. Let them live." The guardian paused, its hollow eyes narrowing as if weighing her offer. Mary's tears fell, her small arms wrapping around Lyrian, and Finn broke free, running to her, his face wet with rain and sorrow. "Don't go, Ma," he sobbed, and Lyrian's heart shattered, her resolve wavering. Ewan's knife trembled, his rage giving way to anguish. He saw Mary's tears, Finn's pain, and Lyrian's sacrifice, and something broke within him. The man who'd bound her, who'd feared her loss above all, faced the truth. His love had caged her, and it was killing them all. With a cry, he tore the key from his neck, its chain snapping, and hurled it into the sea, the waves swallowing it with a roar. "Go, Lyrian," he said, his voice raw. "Be free. For them." The guardian's threads loosened, the skin's runes flaring, and Lyrian felt the curse waver, its power disrupted by Ewan's act. She donned the skin, its silk enveloping her, and the transformation was swift, seamless. Her human form melted into that of a seal, her dark hair now a sleek pelt, her gray eyes still hers, filled with love and sorrow. The guardian hissed, its form fraying, but it lunged, its claws grazing her. A final test. Lyrian dove into the waves, her seal form cutting through the storm, and sang, her voice a silky melody that echoed across the bay, a song of freedom and sacrifice. The guardian pursued, its shadowed form a wave of its own. But Mary's voice joined Lyrian's, a child's song of love that pierced the curse's heart. Finn added his, hesitant but clear, and the seals at the bay sang, their chorus a shield. The guardian faltered, its hollow eyes dimming, and dissolved into the sea, its curse broken by the family's unity, by Ewan's release, by Lyrian's choice. The storm eased, the waves calming, and Lyrian surfaced, her seal form gliding near the rocks, her eyes meeting her children's, a farewell that carried all she couldn't say. Ewan fell to his knees, his knife discarded, his face wet with rain and tears. Mary and Finn clung to each other, their sobs mingling with the sea's sigh. Lyrian swam closer, her muzzle brushing Mary's hand, then Finn's, a touch that promised she'd never truly leave. She looked at Ewan, her eyes forgiving, grateful, and he nodded, his love no longer a chain, but a release. The seals sang, their voices a lullaby, and Lyrian dove, her form a shimmer in the waves, free at last, but forever tied to the shore by love. The crisis passed, the bay quieting, the rock standing sentinel as the storm faded. Lyrian was gone, but her presence lingered, a melody in the wind, a light in the waves. Ewan, Mary, and Finn stood together, their family broken but whole, their love stronger for its sacrifice. Sandwich Bay, once a place of loss, was now a threshold, a bridge between land and sea, and Lyrian's choice, her life for theirs, had rewritten their story, a Selkie's tale of freedom and forgiveness that would echo through the ages. The storm over Sandwich Bay had quieted, its raging winds softened to a mournful sigh, its waves lapping gently at the black rocks as if in reverence. The air was thick with the scent of salt and the weight of a moment past, a crisis that had torn a family apart and stitched it back together with threads of sacrifice and love. Lyrian, now a seal, her sleek form a shimmer in the calming sea, swam near the rocks where Ewan, Mary, and Finn stood, their faces wet with rain and tears. The Selkie skin had restored her true self, breaking the sea's curse, its shadowed guardian dissolved by the unity of her family's voices and Ewan's act of release. But the cost was heavy, a farewell carved in the heart, and Sandwich Bay, once a place of loss, was now a threshold between land and sea, a testament to a Selkie's choice. Lyrian's gray eyes, still human in their depth, met her children's, Mary's, bright with grief and courage, Finn's, clouded with regret and newfound understanding. She nudged their hands, her muzzle soft against their skin, a touch that carried a mother's love across the divide of worlds. Mary sobbed, her small fingers tracing Lyrian's pelt, whispering, "I'll miss you, Ma." Finn, his loyalty to Ewan softened by the truth, reached out, his voice breaking. "Come back, please." Lyrian's heart ached, but the sea was her home, its tides her pulse, and she could no more stay than the waves could cease their dance. She turned to Ewan, kneeling on the rocks, his knife discarded, his face a map of anguish and acceptance. Their eyes locked, a silent forgiveness passing between them, her gratitude for his release, his sorrow for the chains he'd forged. The seals at the bay sang, their voices a lullaby that wove through the fading storm, a chorus of welcome for their lost sister. Lyrian dove, her form cutting through the waves, a shimmer of moonlight in the dark water. She surfaced once more, her song rising, a Selkie melody, haunting and pure, a promise that she'd never truly leave. The notes lingered, carried by the wind, and Mary and Finn clung to each other, their tears mixing with the sea's spray. Ewan rose, his shoulders bowed, and watched her go. His love no longer a prison, but a bridge, a fragile thread tying him to the deep. The days that followed were a reckoning for Sandwick, the village, battered by the storm, buzzed with whispers of what had transpired at the bay. Old Morag, the weaver, was the first to speak, her eyes gleaming as she told the tale by the fire. Lyrian was a Selkie, bound by love, freed by sacrifice, she said, her voice low. The sea took her back, but she left us her song. The villagers, steeped in Selkie lore, listened with awe, their fear of the sea tempered by reverence. They left offerings at the bay, shells, flowers, woven nets, a tribute to the Selkie who'd lived among them. Her story a mirror for their own struggles with loss and longing. Ewan returned to his cottage, the absence of Lyrian a wound that bled quietly. The attic chest, now empty, stood as a reminder of his mistake, but also of his redemption. He burned it, the flames a cleansing, and scattered the ashes in the sea, a final act of letting go. Mary and Finn, changed by the night, clung to him, their questions a constant ache. "Will Ma come back?" Mary asked, her gray eyes searching his. Ewan knelt, his voice soft. "She's with the sea, love, but she's watching us. Always." Finn, quieter now, nodded, his suspicion replaced by a boy's need for his father. Ewan held them, his heart scarred but wiser, and vowed to be the parent Lyrian had trusted him to be. The children carried their mother's legacy in their own way. Mary, her curiosity undimmed, collected shells and sang Selkie songs, her voice a faint echo of Lyrian's, keeping her mother's spirit alive. Finn, once Ewan's shadow, grew gentler, his loyalty tempered by an understanding of love's complexities. They played at the bay, their laughter mingling with the seals' calls, and Ewan watched, seeing Lyrian in their eyes, their resilience a gift she'd left behind. The seals, ever present, swam closer now, their gazes knowing, and Mary swore she saw a sleek form, shimmering with runes, leading the pod. Ewan rebuilt his life, his fishing boat cutting through the waves with a purpose that was no longer just survival. He spoke of Lyrian to the villagers, his voice steady, sharing her story not as a tragedy, but as a lesson. "The sea gives, and it takes," he said, his hazel eyes fixed on the horizon. "But love, real love, let's go." The villagers listened, their respect for him deepened by his honesty, and Sandwick began to change. The old fears of Selkies, of the sea's wrath, gave way to a quiet reverence, a recognition that the deep was not an enemy, but a force to be honored. Morag, nearing her end, took Mary under her wing, teaching her to weave nets with runes of protection, whispering Selkie lore as if passing a torch. "Your ma's out there, lass," she said, her hands guiding Mary's. "Sing to her, and she'll hear." Mary nodded, her fingers deft, her heart full, and wove a shawl with patterns that mimicked the sea's waves. A gift for Finn, a symbol of their bond. Finn, in turn, carved a seal from driftwood, its eyes inlaid with shells, and left it at the bay. A quiet apology to his mother. The sea, once a source of dread, became Sandwick's heart. The villagers rebuilt their nets, stronger now, their boats blessed with Selkie songs. They told Lyrian's story to their children, a tale of a Selkie who loved, sacrificed, and returned to the deep, her freedom a light in the dark. The bay's rocks, where she'd reclaimed her skin, were marked with offerings, a shrine to the Selkie of Sandwick. And on quiet nights, when the moon hung low, a melody drifted from the waves, a Selkie song, pure and haunting, that brought tears to those who heard it. Lyrian, now a guardian of the tides, swam the currents of the North Sea, her seal form a shimmer in the deep. She was free, her soul whole, but her love for Mary, Finn, and Ewan tethered her to Sandwick. She lingered near the bay, her songs a bridge between worlds, guiding fishermen home, calming storms with a note. The seals followed her, their pod a family of their own, and Lyrian felt their kinship, but her children's faces were never far from her mind. She watched them grow. Mary, weaving with Morag's skill. Finn, carving with a gentleness Ewan had never known. Ewan, fishing with a peace he'd earned. Years passed, and Sandwick's Selkie legend grew, its tale carried by bards to distant shores. Mary, now a young woman, became a weaver of renown, her nets saving countless lives, her songs a tribute to her mother. Finn, a fisherman like Ewan, sailed with a respect for the sea, his carvings left at the bay, a silent vow to Lyrian. Ewan, graying but strong, never remarried, his heart Lyrian's, his life devoted to their children. He built a small cairn at the bay, its stones etched with runes Morag had taught him, a monument to the Selkie who'd changed him. One evening, as twilight painted the sea in hues of gold and violet, Mary and Finn stood at the bay, their hands clasped, their eyes on the waves. Ewan joined them, his presence a quiet strength, and they sang, a Selkie song taught by Lyrian, its notes weaving with the seal's chorus. A sleek form surfaced, its pelt shimmering, its gray eyes meeting theirs, and Mary smiled, tears falling. "Ma," she whispered, and Finn nodded, his driftwood seal clutched tight. Ewan's voice joined the song, a fisherman's prayer, and Lyrian swam closer, her muzzle brushing the air. A final touch across worlds. The Selkie of Sandwick was no longer a tale of loss, but of love that bent to the sea's will. Lyrian's song echoed in the cliffs, the nets, the hearts of Sandwick's people, a reminder that freedom, like love, demanded sacrifice. The bay stood as a testament, its rocks worn smooth by waves, its seals singing for a sister who'd returned. Ewan, Mary, and Finn lived on, their bond unbreakable, their story a light in the dark, and Lyrian, guardian of the tides, swam forever, her love a melody that never faded, a Selkie's gift to the land she'd left behind. Story: The Trows of Orkney. The wind howled across the Orkney Islands, carrying the sharp tang of salt and the faint earthy scent of peat. It was the night of the harvest festival, and the village of Stromness buzzed with life. Bonfires crackled along the shore, their flames licking the sky, casting a warm glow over the rugged cliffs and the dark, churning sea beyond. Fiddles and pipes wove a lively reel through the air, and laughter spilled from the crowd as villagers stomped and spun in a dance older than the standing stones that loomed on the hills. Morag stood at the edge of the gathering. Her arms crossed her dark hair whipping in the wind. At 22, she was no stranger to these festivals, but tonight felt different. The air seemed heavier, the shadows sharper. She scanned the crowd, her gray eyes narrowing as they settled on her younger brother Ewan at the heart of it all. 18, lanky and grinning like a fool, he stood on a makeshift stage of crates, his fiddle tucked under his chin. His bow danced across the strings, coaxing out a melody so wild and sweet it seemed to pull the very stars closer. The crowd clapped and cheered, swept up in the music, but Morag's unease grew. Something about Ewan's tune, a strange keening note that hadn't been there before, set her teeth on edge. "Easy, Morag," said a voice beside her. It was Fiona, her friend since childhood, her round face flushed from dancing. "You look like you're expecting a storm to swallow us whole." Morag forced a smile. "Just keeping an eye on Ewan. He's showing off again." Fiona laughed, nudging her. "Let him. The lad's got magic in that fiddle. Half the village is in love with him tonight." Morag snorted, but her gaze didn't waver. Ewan was a prodigy, no question. Ever since he'd picked up their father's old fiddle at 10, he'd played like he was born for it. But his talent came with a recklessness that worried her. He'd play until his fingers bled, lost in the music, oblivious to the world. And tonight, with the festival in full swing and the crowd egging him on, he was pushing further, his music growing stranger, almost otherworldly. The bonfires flared as a gust swept through, and Morag shivered despite her thick wool shawl. She glanced at the hills beyond the village, where the ancient stones of the Ring of Brodgar stood silent under the moon. Orkney was a place of stories, tales of Selkie's giants, and the Trows, those sly subterranean creatures who haunted the island's folklore. Morag had grown up on those tales told by her grandmother in the flickering light of the hearth. Trows were tricksters drawn to music and mischief, stealing away those who strayed too far from home. She'd always dismissed them as bedtime stories, but tonight, with Ewan's eerie melody curling through the air, the old warnings felt too close. On the stage, Ewan's tune shifted, slowing into something haunting, almost mournful. The crowd quieted, swaying as if entranced. His eyes were half closed, his face lit by the firelight, and Morag's heart stuttered. He looked wrong, too pale, too distant, like he was playing for someone or something beyond the village. She took a step forward, her boots crunching on the gravel, but Fiona grabbed her arm. "Morag, what's wrong? I don't know," she muttered, shaking her off. "Something's not right." Before Fiona could argue, a ripple ran through the crowd. Ewan's bow faltered just for a moment, and he swayed, his fingers tightening on the fiddle. The villagers didn't seem to notice, still caught in the spell of his music, but Morag's stomach twisted. She pushed through the throng, ignoring the protests, her eyes locked on her brother. "Yuan," she called, but her voice was drowned by the pipes and the wind. He didn't look up. His bow moved faster now, the melody spiraling into something frantic, almost desperate. The air grew colder, the bonfires dimming as if starved of oxygen. Morag's breath caught as she reached the stage, her hand outstretched to grab him. But then, impossibly, the music stopped. Silence crashed over the festival, so absolute it felt like the world had paused. Yuan's eyes snapped open wide and unseeing. His fiddle slipped from his hands, clattering to the crates, and he stumbled forward, his breath coming in sharp gasps. The crowd gasped, some reaching out, but before anyone could move, Yuan turned and ran. Not toward the village, but away toward the dark hills. Yuan Morag screamed, lunging after him. Her boots pounded the earth as she sprinted past the bonfires, the crowd's shouts fading behind her. The wind roared in her ears, carrying that strange, keening note from Yuan's fiddle, as if the music itself was chasing him. She followed him up the slope, her lungs burning the ground uneven underfoot. The hills were treacherous in the dark, all jagged rocks and hidden hollows. But Yuan moved like he was possessed, his silhouette darting between gorse bushes. Morag's shawl caught on a thorn, and she tore it free. Cursing, Yuan stopped. He didn't. If anything, he ran faster, disappearing over a rise. Morag crested it moments later, skidding to a halt. The moor stretched before her, vast and empty under the silver light of the nearly full moon. Yuan was gone. No footprints, no broken grass, nothing to show he'd ever been there. Her heart pounded, her breath ragged. "Yuan," she shouted, her voice echoing off the hills. The wind swallowed it, leaving only silence. She spun, scanning the moor, her hands trembling. The standing stones loomed in the distance, their shadows long and stark, but there was no sign of her brother. Then she saw it. Half hidden in the heather, glinting in the moonlight, Yuan's fiddle. Morag stumbled toward it, her chest tight. She dropped to her knees, her fingers brushing the smooth wood. It was cold unnaturally so, and the strings were slack as if the life had been drained from it. She clutched it to her chest, her mind racing. This wasn't right. Yuan would never leave his fiddle. It was his soul, his joy. Something had taken him, something that wasn't human. The stories her grandmother told flooded back troughs, creeping from their underground lairs, drawn to music, stealing away those who played too well. Morag had laughed at those tales, called them nonsense. Now they felt like a warning she'd ignored. She stood the fiddle heavy in her hands and turned back toward the village. The bonfires were distant specks now, the music a faint hum. The villagers would be searching soon, but they wouldn't find Yuan. Not out here, not if the troughs had him. She needed help, someone who knew the old ways, the stories. Someone who could tell her how to fight what she didn't understand. Old Agnes. The name came unbidden, sharp and certain. The wise woman lived on the edge of the island in a croft half swallowed by the cliffs. The villagers whispered about her, called her a witch, a seer, a keeper of secrets. Morag had never met her, but her grandmother had spoken of Agnes with reverence, said she knew things no one else did. If anyone could help, it was her. Morag tightened her grip on the fiddle and started down the hill, her steps steady, despite the fear clawing at her. The wind howled, carrying that eerie note again, and she quickened her pace. The festival was over, its joy snuffed out. For Morag, the night was just beginning, a night that would lead her into the heart of Orkney's oldest, darkest myths. She didn't look back at the standing stones, but she felt their weight, their watchfulness. Somewhere beneath those hills, Ewan was lost, and she would find him no matter what it took. The night pressed heavy on Morag as she trudged across the Orkney moor. Ewan's fiddle clutched tight against her chest. The wind bit at her exposed skin, and the moon, nearly full, cast a pale glow over the rugged landscape, turning the gorse and heather into a sea of shifting shadows. Her boots sank into the damp earth, each step a reminder of how far she was from the warmth of the festival, from the life she'd known just hours ago. The village of Stromness was a faint glimmer behind her, its bonfires long since faded. But Morag didn't turn back. Her brother was out there taken stolen, and she'd tear the islands apart to find him. The stories of the Trows gnawed at her. She'd dismissed them as children's tales, but the memory of Ewan's trance-like run, the way he'd vanished without a trace, made her doubt everything. The fiddle in her hands felt like a tether to him, its cold wood a silent accusation. She should have stopped him, should have sensed the danger in his music. Now all she had was a name. Old Agnes, the wise woman who lived on the cliffs, the one person who might know how to face the Trows. The path to Agnes's croft was no path at all, just a winding route through bogs and rocky outcrops that Morag pieced together from half-remembered gossip. The villagers rarely spoke of Agnes, and when they did, it was in hushed tones, as if saying her name too loudly might summon her. A witch, some called her. A healer, others insisted. Morag didn't care what she was, as long as she could help. The moon hung low, its light wavering as clouds scudded across the sky, and Morag quickened her pace, driven by a growing dread that time was slipping away. The terrain grew wilder as she neared the coast. The moor gave way to cliffs that dropped sharply into the sea, where waves crashed with a rhythm that felt almost alive. Morag's breath came in sharp puffs, her legs aching, but she pressed on, following the faint scent of smoke that curled through the air. At last she saw it, a low, turf-roofed croft nestled against the cliff's edge, its stone walls weathered by centuries of salt and wind. A thin plume of smoke rose from the chimney, and a faint light flickered through the single window. Warm, but somehow unsettling, Morag hesitated at the door, her hand hovering over the rough wood. The air felt charged, like the moment before a storm. She glanced at the fiddle, its strings glinting faintly, and steeled herself. Ewan needed her. She knocked the sound sharp in the quiet night. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the door creaked open, revealing a figure shrouded in shadow. Old Agnes was smaller than Morag had expected. Her frame stooped beneath a shawl woven with patterns that seemed to shift in the dim light. Her face was a map of wrinkles, her eyes sharp and pale like sea glass polished by the tide. She studied Morag, her gaze lingering on the fiddle, and Morag felt a chill, as if the old woman could see straight through her. "You're Morag Agnes," said her voice low and rasping like dry leaves. The fiddler's sister. Morag blinked, startled. How do you? I know things. Agnes stepped aside, gesturing her in. Come. The night's no place for you now. The croft was cramped and warm, its air thick with the scent of herbs and peat smoke. Bundles of dried plants hung from the rafters, and shelves lined the walls cluttered with jars, stones and scraps of parchment etched with runes. A fire burned low in the hearth, casting shadows that danced across the room. Morag set the fiddle on a table, its presence feeling heavier than ever, and faced Agnes, who was already settling into a chair carved with intricate knots. Speak. Agnes said, her eyes never leaving Morag's. What brings you to my door? Morag's throat tightened, but she forced the words out. My brother Ewan. He was taken. At the festival, he played, and then he ran like something was pulling him. I followed, but he was gone. I found his fiddle on the moor. I think she faltered the words, sounding mad even to her. I think the Trows took him. Agnes's expression didn't change, but her eyes gleamed. She leaned forward, her gnarled hands clasping the arms of her chair. Trows, she murmured. Aye, they'd be drawn to a lad like him. Music calls them, you know. A fiddle song pure and wild. It's like blood in the water to those creatures. Morag's heart sank. So it's true. They're real as the stones on these hills. Agnes rose, moving with surprising grace to a shelf where she pulled down a small leather-bound book. She flipped through its pages, muttering to herself, then fixed Morag with a piercing look. The Trows live beneath the earth in halls lit by stolen light. They crave what's human joy, talent, life. Your brother's music was a beacon. They've taken him to their world where time twists and mortals fade. Morag's hands clenched into fists. Then tell me how to get him back. Agnes's lips twitched, not quite a smile. Brave are you, or just foolish? She didn't wait for an answer, crossing to a wooden chest in the corner. From it she drew two objects, a pendant of dark iron etched with runes that seemed to pulse faintly, and a rolled piece of sealskin. She handed the pendant to Morag. Wear this. Iron burns Trow magic. It'll keep their tricks from clouding your mind. Morag slipped the pendant over her head, its weight cold against her skin. It gave off a faint warmth, almost alive, and she shivered. And this? She asked, nodding at the sealskin. Agnes unrolled it on the table, revealing a map etched in ink that shimmered like moonlight. It showed Orkney's hills and coasts, but with strange markings, spirals, crosses, and lines that converged at a single point, a standing stone not far from where Ewan had vanished. This leads to their door, Agnes said. A hidden gate beneath the stone. But you must reach it before the full moon sets tomorrow night. After that, the Trow's world will claim him, and no mortal can bring him back. Morag stared at the map, her pulse racing. What's it like? Their world. Dangerous, Agnes said flatly. A maze of tunnels and traps. Illusions that prey on your heart. The Trows are clever, girl. They'll tempt you, trick you, try to keep you. And their king, he's worst of all. Cunning as the devil with a tongue that twists truth into lies. She paused, her eyes narrowing. You'll need more than courage. You'll need wits and a heart that won't break. Morag swallowed the weight of it all pressing down on her. I don't have a choice. He's my brother. Agnes studied her, then nodded as if satisfied. Then listen well. Never eat their food no matter how it calls to you. Never speak your true name in their halls. And trust the pendant, it's older than you know, forged with magic the Trows fear. She tapped the map. Follow this, but don't stray. The hills are alive tonight, and not just with Trows. Morag folded the sealskin carefully, tucking it into her coat. The pendant hummed faintly against her chest, and she wondered what Agnes wasn't telling her. The old woman's warnings were laced with something unspoken, a shadow of fear or regret. But there was no time to press her. The moon was sinking, and Ewan was slipping further away with every moment. "Thank you," Morag said, picking up the fiddle. Its strings caught the firelight, and for a moment she thought she heard a faint note like a whisper of Ewan's music. She shook it off, turning to the door. Agnes's voice stopped her. "One last thing, girl. The Trows don't just take. They're drawn to what's offered. Someone may have helped them claim your brother." Morag froze her hand on the latch. "What do you mean?" Agnes's eyes were unreadable. "Jealousy, spite, greed, human weaknesses call the Trows as much as music does. Watch your back even among your own." The words hung in the air, chilling Morag more than the wind outside. She nodded, unable to speak, and stepped into the night. The door closed behind her with a soft thud, and the croft's light vanished, leaving her alone with the moon and the map. She set out the sealskin map, guiding her toward the standing stone. The cliffs loomed to her left, the sea roaring below, and the hills rose to her right, their shadows thick with secrets. The pendant glowed faintly, its warmth a small comfort against the cold. Morag's mind churned with Agnes's words. Illusions traps a Trow king, and that final warning about someone offering Ewan to the Trows. It couldn't be true. The villagers loved Ewan, didn't they? But doubt crept in, sharp and insidious. The standing stone came into view, a dark silhouette against the sky. Morag's heart pounded as she approached the fiddle, heavy in her hands, the map trembling in her grip. This was it, the door to the Trows world, to Ewan. She didn't know what waited beyond, but she knew one thing: she'd face it no matter the cost. The moon dipped lower, and Morag stepped forward, ready to cross into the unknown. The standing stone loomed before Morag, its weathered surface etched with spirals that seemed to writhe in the moonlight. The air around it buzzed, a low hum that vibrated in her bones, and the pendant at her neck pulsed in response, its faint glow cutting through the dark. She clutched Ewan's fiddle tighter, the sealskin map tucked inside her coat, and took a steadying breath. The full moon hung low, its light a ticking clock. Time was running out. Somewhere beneath this stone, in a world of Trows and trickery, her brother was trapped. Morag squared her shoulders and stepped forward, her boots crunching on the frost-kissed grass. The map had marked a hidden entrance, a crevice beneath the stone's base, concealed by heather and shadow. Morag knelt, brushing aside the tangled plants, her fingers grazing cold, damp rock. There, it was a narrow slit, barely wide enough for her to squeeze through, exhaling a faint, unnatural warmth. The pendant flared brighter, and she hesitated, old Agnes's warnings echoing in her mind, a maze of tunnels illusions, a Trow King who twisted truth. But Ewan's face, his reckless grin, his music pushed her forward. She slid the fiddle into her coat, tying it securely, and crawled into the crevice. The passage was tight, the stone scraping her shoulders, the air thick with the scent of earth and something sharper like ozone after a storm. Her elbows dug into the dirt as she inched along the pendant's light, her only guide. The hum grew louder, resonating in her chest, and then abruptly the tunnel widened. Morag tumbled forward, catching herself on her hands as she landed in a cavern that stole her breath. The space was vast, its walls aglow with bioluminescent fungi that cast an eerie greenish light. Stalactites hung like jagged teeth, dripping water that echoed in the silence. The air was warm, almost alive, and carried the faint sound of music. Not Ewan's fiddle, but something older, a discordant melody that tugged at her mind. Morag stood brushing dirt from her knees and checked the fiddle. It was intact, its strings glinting faintly as if sensing the strange music. She touched the pendant, its warmth steadying her, and scanned the cavern. 3 tunnels branched off, each pulsing with that unnatural glow. The map hadn't shown this, only the entrance. She was on her own. Morag closed her eyes, listening. The music was louder from the left tunnel, its notes curling like a beckoning finger. It felt wrong, too perfect, but it was the only lead she had. She started down the passage, her boots silent on the smooth stone floor. The walls shimmered, reflecting her distorted image, and the music grew clearer now, joined by whispers, Ewan's whispers calling her name. "Morag, help me." Her heart lurched, and she quickened her pace, the tunnel twisting downward. The whispers grew desperate, guiding her to a chamber where a banquet table stood laden with golden platters of food. Roasted meats, glistening fruits, cakes dusted with sugar that sparkled like frost. The sight made her stomach growl. She hadn't eaten since the festival, but Agnes's warning rang clear. Never eat their food. The pendant burned against her chest, and she blinked, the illusion wavering. The food shifted, revealing moldy bread and rotting flesh. Morag gagged, stepping back, and the whispers turned to mocking laughter echoing from the walls. She ran, the laughter chasing her, the tunnel narrowing until it spat her into another cavern. This one was smaller, its floor a mosaic of glowing stones that shifted underfoot, forming patterns that dizzied her. The music was everywhere now, a relentless pulse, and Ewan's voice called again, fainter from a tunnel across the room. Morag started toward it, but the stones moved, forming a spiral that pulled her gaze. Her head spun, her legs heavy, as if the pattern was dragging her down. The pendant flared its light, cutting through the haze, and she tore her eyes away, stumbling to the tunnel's mouth. The stones hissed, almost alive, but she didn't look back. The next passage was a labyrinth, its walls carved with scenes of dancing figures and twisted faces. Morag's breath came in sharp gasps, the air growing thinner, the music louder. She turned a corner and froze. A figure stood ahead, cloaked in shadow, its eyes glinting like polished obsidian. It was tall, its limbs too long, its face a mockery of human features. Sharp cheekbones, a lipless mouth, and those eyes boring into her. A trow. Well, It said its voice a low purr that vibrated in her skull. A mortal in our halls, bold or foolish. Morag's hand went to the pendant, its heat grounding her. "Where's my brother?" she demanded, her voice steadier than she felt. The drow tilted its head, its smile widening. "The fiddler. Oh, he plays for us now. Such sweet music. Stay and you'll hear it." "I'm taking him back," Morag said, stepping forward. The trow's eyes narrowed, and the air shimmered, the tunnel walls closing in. She gripped the pendant, its light flaring, and the illusion shattered, revealing the true path. The trow hissed, lunging, but Morag ducked, sprinting past it. Its claws grazed her coat, snagging the fabric, but she tore free, the tunnel spiraling downward. She ran until her lungs burned, emerging into a grand chamber that made her pause. The ceiling soared, studded with glowing crystals that mimicked a starry sky. At the center stood a throne of twisted roots, and on it sat the Trow King. He was taller than the others, his skin pale as bone, his eyes twin voids that seemed to drink the light. His crown was a tangle of thorns, and he held a staff that pulsed with the same glow as the cavern. The music stopped, the silence deafening, and Morag felt his gaze like a weight. "Welcome, Morag," he said, his voice smooth as silk, each syllable curling around her name. "You've come far for a mortal, but not far enough." She bristled, her hand tightening on the fiddle's neck. "You know my name. Give me my brother." The king laughed, a sound that echoed like breaking glass. "Ewan is ours, bound by his own music, but I am generous. Solve my riddles 3 no more, and I'll let you see him. Fail, and you stay forever." Morag's pulse raced. Agnes had warned her of his cunning, but refusal wasn't an option. "Ask your riddles," she said, lifting her chin. The king leaned forward, his staff tapping the floor, sending ripples of light through the chamber. "First, I am taken from a mine and shut in a wooden case, yet I am used by every person. What am I?" Morag's mind raced. The pendant hummed, clearing her thoughts. A mine, a wooden case used by all. She thought of Orkney's hearths, the black dust on her father's hands. Coal, she said, taken from a mine, kept in a wooden box, burned by everyone. The king's smile tightened. "Clever. Second, I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" The answer came faster, drawn from her grandmother's stories of the hills. An echo, Morag said. "It speaks your words, hears without form, and the wind carries it." The king's eyes flashed, and the air grew colder. "One remains. Listen well. I am weightless, but you can see me. Put me in a bucket, and I'll make it lighter." "What am I?" Morag's breath caught. This was harder, the words twisting in her mind. Weightless, visible, lightening a bucket. She closed her eyes, picturing the village, the wells, the tools. Then it hit her, a memory of Ewan laughing as he poked holes in a bucket to tease her. "A hole," she said. "It has no weight, you can see it, and it makes a bucket lighter by letting water out. The chamber was silent, the king's face unreadable. Then he clapped slow and deliberate, the sound sharp as a blade. Well done, mortal. You've earned your glimpse. He waved his staff and the air shimmered, revealing a tunnel behind the throne. But know this, seeing is not saving. Morag didn't respond, her eyes on the tunnel. The pendant burned against her skin, and she felt the weight of the fiddle, a reminder of why she was here. The king's words were a trap, but she'd beaten his riddles. She could beat him again. As she stepped toward the tunnel, the cavern shook, and the troughs appeared dozens, their eyes glinting, their claws scraping the stone. The king's laughter followed her, cold and triumphant. Run, Morag. My kin are hungry. She bolted, the troughs' snarls echoing behind her, the tunnel narrowing as she plunged deeper into their world. The pendant's light held steady, guiding her through the dark, but the music returned louder, wilder, and unmistakably Ewan's. He was close. She just had to survive long enough to reach him. Morag's boots pounded the stone as she sprinted through the tunnel, the snarls of the troughs echoing behind her. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something metallic like blood or rust. The pendant at her neck burned its glow, a beacon in the twisting dark, but the light flickered as if struggling against the trough's magic. Ewan's music, his music pulsed through the cavern, a wild, desperate melody that pulled at her heart. He was close, so close, and yet the tunnel seemed endless, its walls closing in with every step. The trough's claws scraped the stone, their laughter a jagged chorus that spurred her on. The passage opened into a vast chamber, and Morag skidded to a halt, her breath ragged. The space was a cathedral of glowing crystal and twisted roots, its ceiling lost in shadow. At its center was a circular stone floor polished to a mirror-like sheen where figures danced in a frenzied circle. Their movements were unnatural, too fluid, their faces blank yet haunted. Humans, dozens of them, men and women, young and old, their eyes glassy under the trough's enchantment. And there, at the heart of the circle, was Ewan. He stood on a raised platform, his fiddle tucked under his chin, his bow flying across the strings. His face was pale, his eyes half closed, but his fingers moved with a precision that chilled Morag. The music was his unmistakably, but it was wrong, too fast, too sharp, as if the troughs had wrung it from his soul. The dancers spun faster, their feet barely touching the stone, and the troughs watched from the shadows, their eyes glinting like predators savoring a hunt. Ewan Morag shouted, her voice swallowed by the music. She took a step forward, but the pendant flared, its heat searing her skin, and she froze. The air shimmered, and she saw it, an invisible barrier around the dance, a web of trough magic that pulsed with the rhythm of Ewan's fiddle. She clutched the pendant, its light steadying her, and scanned the chamber. The troughs were closing in their long limbs, slinking through the shadows, but they hadn't attacked yet. They were waiting, watching, as if this was part of their game. Morag's eyes darted back to Ewan. He hadn't heard her, hadn't even looked up. His body swayed with the music, his fingers bleeding where they pressed the strings, and her chest tightened. He was fading, just as Agnes had warned, trapped in the troughs world, his life draining with every note. She had to break the spell. but how the pendant was her only weapon. Its iron and runes a shield against trow magic. But it was weakening its glow, dimming with every moment. She took a cautious step toward the dance, the fiddle still tied inside her coat. The barrier hummed, pushing back against her, and the pendant burned hotter, its light cutting through the magic like a blade. The dancers didn't notice, but Ewan's bow faltered just for a moment, and his eyes flickered, meeting hers. Recognition flashed in them, brief, desperate, before the enchantment pulled him back, his music resuming its frantic pace. "Ewan, it's me," Morag called, forcing her voice to carry. She edged closer, the barrier resisting the pendant's heat, almost unbearable. The troughs hissed, their shapes shifting in the dark, but she ignored them, her focus on her brother. "You have to stop. You have to fight it." He didn't respond, but his bow slowed the melody, fracturing. The dancers stumbled, their rhythm breaking, and the troughs snarled their claws, scraping closer. Morag pressed forward, the pendant's light flaring as she pushed through the barrier. It gave way with a sound like shattering glass, and she stumbled onto the dance floor, the air thick with the scent of ozone and decay. She reached Ewan in 3 strides, grabbing his arm. "Ewan, look at me." His skin was cold, his eyes distant, but he blinked his bow, dropping to his side. The music stopped and the dancers collapsed, gasping as if waking from a dream. The troughs roared, their shapes coalescing into a writhing mass. But Morag didn't care. She shook Ewan, her voice breaking. "Come on, we're getting out of here." "Morag." His voice was a whisper, raw and confused. He looked at her, then at the fiddle in his hands, as if seeing it for the first time. I can't stop. They won't let me." "You can," she said, gripping his shoulders. "You're stronger than them." She untied his fiddle from her coat, holding it out. "Take this. It's yours." "Not theirs." He hesitated, his hands trembling, but before he could reach for it, a voice cut through the chamber, cold and sharp as a blade. How touching! Morag spun, her heart lurching. The Trow King stood at the edge of the dance floor, his thorned crown glinting, his staff pulsing with sickly light. The other Trows parted for him, their eyes fixed on Morag, hungry and unyielding. He stepped forward, his movements smooth, almost serpentine, and the air grew heavier, the pendant's glow faltering. "You've broken my spell," the king said, his void-like eyes locked on Morag. "Impressive. But you're too late. The boy is ours, bound by his own talent and another's betrayal." Morag's blood ran cold. Betrayal. Agnes's warning flashed in her mind, someone offering Ewan to the Trows. "What are you talking about?" The king's smile was a slash of malice. "Did you think we found him by chance? A villager green with envy whispered his name to us. A small price for a wish." He tilted his head, his staff tapping the stone, sending ripples of light that made Morag's head spin. "Fiona, wasn't it so eager to see your brother humbled?" Morag's breath caught. Fiona, her friend who'd laughed with her at the festival, who'd danced to Ewan's music. It couldn't be true. But the king's words sank into her sharp and poisonous, and she remembered Fiona's flush of pride when Ewan played the way her laughter had sometimes held an edge. Doubt gnawed at her, but she pushed it aside. Ewan was what mattered now. "You're lying," she said, stepping between Ewan and the king. "He's coming with me." The king laughed, the sound echoing like a storm. Defiant to the end. "Very well, Morag. I'll offer you what I offered her. Leave the boy, name your wish, and it's yours. Wealth, power, love, whatever your heart craves." Morag's grip on Ewan tightened. "I want nothing from you." The king's eyes narrowed, and the chamber shook, crystals cracking above. "Then you'll have nothing at all." Before Morag could respond, Ewan stirred his voice, faint but clear. "Morag, the song." He looked at her, his eyes clearer now, and she understood. Their mother's lullaby, the one she'd sung to them as children, soft and steady as the tide. It was a piece of home, of love, something the Trows couldn't twist. She knotted her throat tight and began to sing. Her voice was rough, unsteady at first, but it grew stronger, filling the chamber. "By the shore where the waves do sigh, sleep my love, 'neath the starry sky." The words were simple, woven with memories of their mother's warmth, and Ewan's eyes widened, the enchantment shattering like glass. He dropped the Trow's fiddle, reaching for his own, and joined her, humming the melody, his voice cracked but alive. The Trows shrieked, their forms wavering, and the king's staff flared, his face twisting with rage. "Enough," he roared, raising his hand. The air thickened, the crystals above glowing red, and the dancers screamed, scrambling to their feet. Morag grabbed Ewan's hand, pulling him toward the tunnel she'd come from, the lullaby still on her lips. "Run!" she shouted, and they sprinted, the chamber collapsing behind them. Stalactites fell shattering on the stone, and the Trows surged forward, their claws slashing the air. The pendant flickered, its light barely holding, and Morag felt its power fading, strained by the king's magic. Ewan stumbled, his legs weak, but she hauled him up, her own strength driven by fear and fury. The tunnel was a blur of glowing fungi and shifting walls, the Trow's snarls closing in. Morag's lungs burned, her voice hoarse, as she kept singing the lullaby, a thread keeping Ewan with her. The pendant cracked, a hairline fracture splitting its surface, and she cursed under her breath. They were close to the entrance. She could feel the cool night air ahead, but the Trows were faster, their shadows stretching across the walls. Morag, Ewan gasped, clutching his fiddle. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean—" "Save it," she snapped, pulling him around a bend. "We're not dying here." The tunnel widened, the crevice to the surface visible, but the Trow King's voice boomed, shaking the earth. "You cannot escape." A spectral wind roared through the passage, slowing their steps, and Morag's heart sank. The pendant was failing, the Trows were too close, and Ewan was barely holding on. She needed a miracle, and she needed it now. The tunnel roared with the Trow King's spectral storm, a howling force that clawed at Morag and Ewan, threatening to drag them back into the depths. Dust and debris swirled, stinging Morag's eyes, and the pendant at her neck flickered, its cracked surface barely holding against the onslaught. Ewan clung to her arm, his fiddle pressed to his chest, his face pale but determined. The crevice to the surface was just ahead, a sliver of moonlight piercing the dark, but the Trows were closing in, their claws scraping the stone, their snarls a cacophony of hunger and rage. Morag's legs burned, her breath ragged, but she pushed forward, the lullaby still humming in her throat, a fragile thread tying her to Ewan. "Keep moving," she shouted, her voice hoarse over the wind. Ewan stumbled, his strength fading, but she hauled him up, her grip fierce. The pendant's light dimmed further, its warmth fading, and a cold dread settled in her chest. The Trow King's magic was too strong, the storm too wild. They were so close to escape, but it felt like the earth itself was conspiring against them. The king's voice boomed again, closer now, vibrating through the tunnel. You cannot outrun fate, mortal. The boy is ours. The storm intensified a wall of force that pushed Morag back. Her boots sliding on the slick stone, she gritted her teeth, shielding Ewan with her body, and glanced at the crevice. It was mere feet away, the standing stone silhouette visible through the gap. But the Trow's shadows loomed larger, their long limbs stretching toward her. Morag Ewan gasped, his voice barely audible. The pendant. It's breaking. She looked down, her heart sinking. The iron pendant was fractured, its runes pulsing weakly, shards flaking away under the Trow King's assault. It had been her shield, her guide, but it was failing now, its ancient magic no match for the king's wrath. Panic clawed at her, but she forced it down, her mind racing. Agnes had said the pendant was forged with power the Trows feared. If it was breaking, maybe that power could be unleashed, one last desperate act to buy them time. Hold on to me, she told Ewan, her voice steady despite the fear. She gripped the pendant, its surface hot and jagged, and yanked it from her neck. The storm howled louder, the Trow's eyes glinting just beyond the tunnel's bend, and Morag made her choice. She hurled the pendant at the ground, aiming for a crack in the stone, and prayed Agnes's magic would hold true. The pendant shattered on impact, and a blinding light erupted, a pulse of raw, searing energy that tore through the tunnel. The storm faltered, the Trows shrieked, and the king's voice cut off mid-cry. The light coalesced into a wave, ancient and furious, washing over the Trows and forcing them back. Their forms wavered, some dissolving into smoke, others retreating with guttural wails. The tunnel shook, rocks falling, but the crevice remained open. The moonlight stronger now, calling them to the surface. Now, Morag yelled, dragging Ewan toward the gap. The light faded, its power spent, and the Trows regrouped, their snarls returning, but the delay was enough. Morag shoved Ewan through the crevice, his lanky frame scraping the stone, and followed her coat, tearing as she squeezed through. The cold night air hit her like a slap, and she stumbled onto the moor, collapsing beside Ewan in the shadow of the standing stone. The ground trembled, the crevice sealing itself with a grinding thud, muffling the Trow's cries. Morag lay panting, her body aching, her hands scraped raw. Ewan coughed beside her, clutching his fiddle, his eyes wide but clear, no longer clouded by enchantment. The moon hung low, its edge dipping below the horizon, and the first streaks of dawn painted the sky a soft gold against the Orkney hills. We made it. Ewan whispered, his voice cracked but alive. Morag nodded, too exhausted to speak. She sat up, scanning the moor. The standing stone loomed above them, silent and ancient, its spirals glinting faintly in the dawn light. The sealskin map was still in her coat, crumpled but intact, and she touched it, a reminder of the journey she'd survived. The Trows were gone for now, but the weight of the king's words lingered. Fiona's betrayal, if it was true, cut deeper than any Trow's claw. Voices carried on the wind, distant but growing louder. Morag turned, spotting lanterns bobbing across the moor, villagers searching for Ewan. Relief flooded her, but it was tempered by suspicion. Fiona might be among them, her smile hiding a traitor's heart. Morag pushed the thought aside, helping Ewan to his feet. He was shaky, his hands trembling, but he was here alive, and that was enough. The villagers reached them, their faces a mix of worry and joy. Ewan Morag called Old Man Callum, his weathered face breaking into a grin. "We thought you were lost." Others crowded around, offering blankets and questions, but Morag kept her answers short, her eyes scanning the group. Fiona was there, her round face pale, her eyes avoiding Morag's. The Trow King's accusation burned, but Morag said nothing. Confronting Fiona now would solve nothing, and she wasn't sure she could trust her own heart to judge fairly. They trudged back to Stromness, the dawn warming the hills, the sea, a steady roar in the distance. Ewan leaned on Morag, his fiddle held like a lifeline, and she felt the weight of his survival, a quiet triumph amidst the ache of what she'd learned. At their cottage, the villagers left them with promises of soup and rest, and Morag bolted the door, her body sagging against it. Ewan sank into a chair, staring at his fiddle. "I heard you," he said softly. "The lullaby, it brought me back." Morag managed a tired smile, sitting across from him. "Good. I wasn't singing for nothing." He laughed, a weak sound, but it warmed her. Then his face grew serious. "What happened down there, Morag? I remember playing, and then... It was like a dream, but worse." She hesitated, the Trow King's words echoing. She could tell him about Fiona, about the betrayal. But what good would it do? Ewan was safe, and stirring up that pain now felt like inviting the Trows back. Instead, she reached for the sealskin map, unfolding it on the table. "We went somewhere we shouldn't have," she said, "and we got out. That's what matters." Ewan nodded, but his eyes lingered on the map, its shimmering lines a silent question. Morag tucked it away, her fingers brushing the empty space where the pendant had hung. Its loss stung, but its sacrifice had saved them. She'd never forget its power, or Agnes's cryptic warnings. The wise woman had known more than she'd shared, and Morag wondered if she'd ever learn the full truth. Days later, life in Stromness crept back to normal. Ewan picked up his fiddle again, playing by the hearth, but his music had changed. It was softer now, laced with a haunting edge that made listeners pause, as if hearing the Trow's world in its notes. Morag listened, her heart both heavy and proud. She kept the map hidden, its weight a promise or a warning. The Trows were gone, but Orkney's hills were alive with secrets, and she couldn't shake the feeling that their story wasn't over. One evening, as the sun dipped below the cliffs, Morag stood outside, the wind carrying the faint sound of Ewan's fiddle. She looked toward the standing stones, their silhouettes stark against the sky, and felt a pull like a melody she couldn't ignore. The Trows had lost this time, but their king was cunning, and the map was still hers. If they came again, she'd be ready. For now, though, she turned back to the cottage, to Ewan's music, and the warmth of home, carrying the strength she'd found in the dark. Story: The Gaberlunzie Man. The village of Thornwick lay nestled in a misty valley, its thatched cottages huddled against the rolling hills like sheep in a storm. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, the sky often gray as if the clouds themselves were loath to leave. It was a place of hard-won survival where the folk toiled in muddy fields and shared what little they reaped. barley turnips, a few lean pigs, yet above the village loomed the manor house, its stone walls cold and unyielding home to Widow Grimsby, whose greed cast a shadow darker than any cloud. Her wealth hoarded from rents and tithes glittered behind locked doors, while the villagers scraped by their hands, roughed their hopes thin. Into this world came the Gaberlunzie man, a stranger in rags, his arrival as quiet as the mist, but as sharp as a blade. He appeared on a chill autumn morning, his figure limping along the rutted path that wound through Thornwick's fields. His cloak was patched, his boots worn to threads, his face half hidden by a hood that sagged under its own weight. A gnarled staff tapped the ground, and a sack slung over his shoulder clinked faintly, as if holding more than crusts. Yet there was a grace to him, a steadiness in his step that belied his beggar's guise, and his eyes gray as the valley's mist missed nothing. The villagers watched him wary but curious, their whispers trailing like smoke. Another vagrant muttered, "Old Tom the baker wiping flour from his hands. He'll be gone by dusk, mark my words." But the Gaberlunzie man did not pass through. He lingered, his voice soft but clear, asking for bread, a corner to sleep, a sip of ale. Most turned him away, their doors barred, their eyes hard with suspicion. No scraps for idlers snapped, Goody Harrow shooing him from her stoop. "We've barely enough for ourselves." Others were kinder but cautious, offering a crust or a nod before hurrying inside. The manor house, its windows dark, gave no answer at all. Widow Grimsby's servants slamming the gate in his face. Yet the beggar's expression never faltered, his gaze weighing each response as if tallying a score only he could read. Rose saw him first at the village well, where she hauled water for the manor under Grimsby's watchful eye. At 17, she was an orphan, her parents lost to fever years ago, her life bound to the widow's service. Her hands were chapped, her dress patched, but her eyes held a spark of kindness that hardship hadn't snuffed. She was slight, her auburn hair tucked under a worn cap, her movements quick to avoid Grimsby's sharp tongue or sharper switch. As she filled her bucket, the Gaberlunzie man approached his staff, tapping his voice low. "A drop of water, lass, for a weary soul," he asked, his tone warm, his eyes meeting hers with a clarity that made her pause. She glanced at the manor where Grimsby's silhouette loomed in a window, then back at the beggar. "I've no water to spare," she said, her voice soft. "But take this." She pulled a heel of bread from her apron, her own supper, and pressed it into his hand. "It's not much, but it's honest." The Gaberlunzie man's fingers closed around it, his touch light, his eyes searching her face, as if seeing beyond her rags. "Honest is more than most," he said, a faint smile curling his lips. "What's your name, lass?" "Rose," she replied, her cheeks flushing, her eyes darting to the manor again. "But I must go. The widow, she doesn't like dawdling." She turned, bucket sloshing, but his voice stopped her. "Rose," he said, the word like a note struck true. "There's treasure in honest hearts and in places folk forget. Keep your eyes open, lass. You never know what's hidden." His tone was cryptic, his gaze steady, and Rose felt a shiver, not of fear, but of something else, hope perhaps, or a promise she couldn't name. She nodded, hurrying back to the manor, the beggar's words echoing in her mind. Widow Grimsby was waiting, her face sharp as a hawk's, her black dress rustling like dry leaves. What was that? She snapped her switch, tapping her palm, her eyes narrowing as Rose set the bucket down. Consorting with beggars, wasting my time. Rose shook her head, her voice low, but Grimsby's hand lashed out the switch, stinging her arm. Work, girl, or you'll sleep in the barn with the rats. Rose bit her lip, her eyes down, and scurried to the kitchen, her thoughts on the beggar. His words a spark in the dark of her life. The Gaberlunzie man made camp at the village's edge under a gnarled oak by the stream, his fire small but steady. He ate Rose's bread, his eyes on the manor, its lights cold and distant. The villagers passed, some tossing a coin, others a curse, but he watched them all, his staff leaning against the tree, his sack at his side. To them he was a vagrant, a nuisance. But beneath the rags was Sir Alaric, a knight of a fallen order, sworn to test the hearts of men. Thornwick was his trial, its folk his measure, and Rose with her honest bread had lit a path he hadn't expected. The manor held a secret, a treasure lost to time, and he knew its key lay in her kindness, her courage, her spark. That night, as the village slept, the Gaberlunzie man sat by his fire, his hood pushed back, his face sharp in the flickering light. He traced a pattern in the dirt spirals, like those carved in the manor's oldest stones, a clue to the treasure he'd come to find. The widow's greed was a wall, her cruelty a blade, but Rose was a door, and he'd guide her to open it. Yet Grimsby's eyes had followed him, her suspicion a shadow that grew with each passing hour. He felt it as he felt the valley's mist, and knew the test would be no simple game. Rose lay awake in the manor's attic, her straw pallet hard, the switch's sting a dull ache. The beggar's words turned in her mind, treasure in honest hearts in places folk forget. The manor was old, its walls thick with dust, its rooms locked and forgotten. Grimsby hoarded gold. But the beggar spoke of something else, something hidden, something true. She thought of her parents, their stories of a lord who'd built the manor, a man who valued kindness over coin. Could it be real? Could a treasure change her life, free her from Grimsby's grip? The thought was a risk, a flame that could burn her, but it warmed her too, a hope she hadn't dared hold. The next day, the Gaberlunzie man returned his staff, tapping his voice, calling for alms. The villagers shooed him. Grimsby's servants sneered, but Rose, sweeping the manor's steps, slipped him another crust, her eyes bright with questions. "What did you mean?" she whispered, glancing at the windows. "About treasure." He leaned close, his voice a murmur, his eyes gleaming. "There's wealth in that house, lass, older than the widow's greed, a lord's gift hidden for those who see with their heart. Look for the spiral rose, it's the key." He stepped back, his smile faint, and limped away, leaving her with a riddle and a choice. Grimsby watched from the shadows, her fingers tight on her switch, her eyes cold as iron. The beggar was trouble, his words, a threat, his presence, a crack in her control. She'd deal with him and the girl too if they dared cross her. The manor was hers, its secrets hers, and no rag-clad vagrant would change that. The valley's mist thickened, the village held its breath, and the Gaberlunzie man's test began its stakes higher than anyone knew. The mist clung to Thornwick like a shroud curling through the village's narrow lanes, softening the edges of its thatched cottages and muffling the clatter of daily life. The valley seemed to hold its breath, as if sensing the subtle shift the Gaberlunzie man had brought a stranger in rags, whose presence stirred both hope and suspicion. His fire by the stream burned low, but steady a beacon at the village's edge, where he sat with his staff and sack his gray eyes, watching the folk of Thornwick with a patience that belied his beggar's guise. To them he was a vagrant, a nuisance to be ignored or pitied. But beneath the patched cloak was Sir Alaric, a knight testing the village's heart. And Rose, the orphan girl with a spark of kindness, had become the key to his quest. Rose moved through her days in the manor house with a new weight in her chest, the Gaberlunzie man's words echoing like a half-remembered song. "There's wealth in that house, lass, older than the widow's greed. Look for the spiral." The riddle was a flame warming her against Widow Grimsby's cruelty, but threatening to burn if she dared act. Her life was a treadmill of chores, scrubbing floors, hauling wood, enduring the widow's switch for the smallest misstep. But now each task was colored by possibility. The manor was vast, its upper rooms locked its cellars dusty, and Rose's mind turned to the spiral. A shape she'd seen somewhere, though she couldn't place it. Was it real, this treasure? Or was the beggar's tale a trick, a dream to torment her? The Gaberlunzie man continued his rounds, his staff tapping the muddy paths, his voice calling for alms with a humility that masked his purpose. He begged at every door, his eyes noting who shared and who turned away. Old Tom the baker gave a stale loaf, his grumble softened by pity. Goody Harrow tossed a bruised apple, her scowl sharp but her hand quick. The blacksmith, broad and silent, offered a corner of his forge to warm the beggar's bones. His nod a rare kindness, yet most doors stayed shut, their bolts drawn, their owners wary of a stranger who lingered too long. The Gaberlunzie man smiled at each response, his tally growing his heart heavy with the village's mixed measure. Widow Grimsby watched him from the manor's high windows, her black dress a shadow against the glass, her fingers tight on her switch. She'd seen him with Rose, heard whispers of his tales, and her suspicion festered like a wound. Beggars were pests easily swatted, but this one was different, his eyes too sharp, his words too clever. "He's no common vagrant," she muttered to her steward, a weaselly man named Hodge, who nodded, his own eyes darting. "He's sniffing for something stirring trouble. Keep watch, Hodge. If he steps out of line, I'll have him whipped from the valley." Hodge scurried off, his cloak flapping, and Grimsby's gaze returned to the village, her greed a wall that no beggar would breach. Rose saw the Gaberlunzie man again at the market square, where villagers bartered turnips and wool under a drizzle that turned the ground to mud. She carried a basket of Grimsby's laundry, her arms aching, her cap sodden, but her eyes brightened when she spotted him leaning against a cart, his hood low. She slipped through the crowd, her steps quick, and offered a carrot from her pocket stolen from the manor's kitchen. "For you," she whispered, her voice low, her glance flicking to Hodge, who loitered nearby, his eyes narrow. The Gaberlunzie man took the carrot, his fingers brushing hers, his smile faint but warm. "You're generous, Rose," he said, his voice a murmur that cut through the market's din. More than most, he leaned closer, his eyes locking onto hers, their gray depths holding a spark of something, wisdom perhaps, or mischief. "Did you think on what I said? The spiral, the treasure." Rose's breath caught her heart pounding. "I did," she said, her voice barely audible. "But it's dangerous. The widow, she watches everything. If I'm caught..." She trailed off, the switch's sting, a memory that burned her arm. Yet the riddle pulled at her, a thread she couldn't cut. Is it real, this treasure? Or are you just telling tales? He chuckled, a low sound that warmed the air. "Oh, it's real, lass, hidden by a lord who knew the worth of a kind heart. In the manor behind stone and shadow, there's a chest older than Grimsby's greed. The spiral's the key, find it, and you'll find the way." He paused, his gaze softening. "But it's not just gold, Rose. It's freedom for you, for Thornwick. The question is, do you dare?" Rose swallowed, her hands tightening on the basket, her mind a storm of fear and hope. Freedom from Grimsby's cruelty, from the manor's chains, was a dream she'd buried long ago. Yet the beggar's words, his certainty, rekindled it, a flame that flickered against her caution. "I'll look," she said, her voice trembling but firm. "But I need time. And if she catches me..." "She won't," he said, his tone sharp, his eyes flicking to Hodge, who edged closer, his ears straining. "You're cleverer than she knows. Watch for the spiral, Rose. It's closer than you think." He stepped back, his staff tapping, and melted into the crowd, leaving her with a riddle and a choice that felt like a weight on her soul. Hodge reported to Grimsby, his voice a whine, his words spilling like coins. "He's talking to the girl mistress, whispering about treasure spirals. Nonsense. He's trouble." I say. Grimsby's lips thinned, her switch tapping her palm, her mind turning treasure in her manner. The idea was absurd, but her greed stirred a hunger that clouded her scorn. If there was wealth, it was hers by right, and no beggar or servant girl would claim it. "Follow him." She snapped, her eyes cold. "And watch, Rose. If they're plotting, I'll have their hides." Rose returned to the manor, her chores a blur, her thoughts on the spiral. She scrubbed floors, her eyes scanning the walls, the hearths, the tapestries faded with age. The manor was a maze of locked doors and forgotten corners, its history buried under Grimsby's rule. She remembered her parents' stories. A lord who'd built the house, a man who hid his wealth to protect it from greed. Could it be true? She paused by a tapestry in the great hall, its threads depicting nights and forests, and noticed a detail, a spiral woven in gold, small but deliberate, near a stone that seemed out of place. Her heart leapt, but Hodge's footsteps echoed, and she hurried on her secret, a spark she guarded close. The Gaberlunzie man camped by his oak felt the village's pulse. His tally nearly complete, Thornwick was a mix of good and ill-kind hearts, like Rose the blacksmith, old Tom, but too many closed doors, too much fear. The manor's treasure was real, a chest of gold and jewels hidden by a lord whose name was dust, its key, a test of virtue. Rose was the one to find it, her kindness the spark, but Grimsby's shadow loomed, her suspicion a blade that could cut them both. He sharpened his staff's hidden edge, a blade disguised as wood, a night's secret, and planned his next move. His eyes on the manor, its lights cold but calling. Rose lay awake that night, her attic palate hard, the manor's silence oppressive. The spiral haunted her, a clue to a treasure that could change everything. But Grimsby's switch, Hodge's eyes, the locked doors, they were walls she'd never breached. The Gibberlunzy man's faith in her was a gift, but also a burden, a dare to be more than a servant, more than her fear. She clutched her apron, the carrot's absence, a small rebellion, and made her choice. She'd search spiral or no, and trust the beggar's riddle. The manor held secrets, and Rose with her honest heart would find them or fall trying. Grimsby in her chamber counted her coins, her fingers tracing gold that never warmed her. The beggar's words relayed by Hodge gnawed at her treasure spirals, a lord's gift. She scoffed, but her greed whispered, urging her to search to claim what was hers. She'd watch Rose trap the beggar and ensure the manor's wealth stayed locked in her grasp. The mist thickened outside the village, slept, and the Gabberlunzy man's test deepened its stakes. A fire that would soon consume Thornwick. The village of Thornwick slept under a blanket of mist, its cottages dark, its lanes silent, save for the occasional creak of a shutter in the night's breeze. The manor house stood apart, its stone walls looming over the valley, a fortress of greed where Widow Grimsby hoarded her gold and her secrets. Inside, Rose moved like a shadow, her bare feet silent on the cold floors, her heart pounding as she followed the Gabberlunzy man's riddle. The spiral she'd seen in the tapestry, a golden thread woven into the great hall's faded cloth, was her guide, a clue to a treasure that promised freedom from Grimsby's cruelty. The Gabberlunzy man, with his cryptic words and knowing eyes, had lit a spark in her. But the manor was a labyrinth of danger, and every step risked the widow's wrath. Rose had waited until the household slept, the servants snoring in their quarters. Grimsby's chamber locked her steward. Hodge slumped by the kitchen fire. The manor was vast, its corridors dim, its air thick with dust and the weight of forgotten years. She carried a single candle, its flame trembling, casting shadows that danced like specters on the walls. The great hall was her destination, its tapestry, a map to the spiral to the treasure. The Gabberlunzy man swore was real. Her apron held a stolen key filched from Hodge's belt during a moment of distraction, its iron heavy with possibility. Fear gnawed at her Grimsby switch, Hodge's spying the locked doors, but the beggar's faith in her was a shield urging her forward. The hall was silent, its high ceiling lost in shadow, its long table bare, save for a single candelabrum unlit and cold. The tapestry hung on the far wall, its threads faded but intricate, depicting knights and forests, a lord's tale woven in wool and gold. Rose raised her candle, her breath shallow, and found the spiral a small deliberate curl near the tapestry's edge, its gold thread catching the light like a star. Below it, a stone in the wall sat slightly askew, its mortar crumbling as if beckoning her touch. She hesitated, her hand trembling the key, a weight in her pocket. Look for the spiral, Rose. It's the key. The Gabberlunzy man's voice echoed in her mind, steadying her, and she pressed the stone. Her fingers cold against its surface, a low click sounded, and the stone shifted, revealing a narrow seam in the wall. Rose's heart leapt, her candle flickering as she pushed the seam, widening into a hidden door, its hinges silent despite their age. Beyond was a passage narrow and damp, its air cool, its walls etched with faint spirals that seemed to glow in the candlelight. She stepped inside the door, closing behind her, the manor's weight pressing down. The passage sloped downward, its floor uneven, its silence oppressive. Rose clutched the key, her only weapon, and moved forward, the spiral's promise, a fire in her chest. She didn't hear the soft tread behind her, the shadow that followed, but the Gaberlunzie man was there, his ragged cloak blending with the dark, his staff silent as he trailed her. Sir Alaric Knight beneath the rags had watched the manor from his camp, his eyes sharp for Rose's courage, his plan unfolding. He'd known she'd act tonight, her spark too bright to dim, and he'd slipped through a servant's door. His skills honed by years of stealth, the treasure was real. A lord's legacy hidden for the pure of heart, and Rose was its finder. But Grimsby's suspicion was a blade, and Alaric would not let it cut her. The passage ended in a small chamber, its walls rough, its ceiling low, a single spiral carved above a stone slab. Rose set her candle down, its light revealing a chest iron-bound, its wood dark with age, its lock rusted but intact. Her breath caught her hands trembling as she knelt the key, fitting the lock with a click that echoed like fate. The lid creaked open and gold spilled forth. Coins, jewels, a chalice etched with spirals glinting in the candle's glow. It was more than wealth. It was a lord's dream, a gift for those who valued kindness over greed. Rose's eyes filled with tears, her fingers brushing a ruby, her mind racing with visions of freedom, of Thornwick reborn. A soft sound broke her reverie, a tap like a staff on stone. She turned her candle flaring and saw the Gaberlunzie man, his hood low, his eyes gleaming in the dark. "Well done, Rose," he said, his voice warm, his smile faint but proud. "You found it as I knew you would." Rose gasped, her hand clutching the key, her fear easing at his presence. "How did you—" she began, but he raised a hand, his gaze flicking to the passage, his ears catching a creak that wasn't stone. "No time, lass," he said, his tone sharp but calm. "The treasure's yours to claim, but we're not alone." He moved to the chest, his fingers tracing its lock, revealing a hidden mechanism, a trap disarmed with a twist that spoke of skills no beggar should have. Rose's eyes widened, questions forming, but a louder creak echoed, followed by a voice, sharp and venomous. Thieves' widow Grimsby stood at the passage's mouth, her black dress a shadow, her switch traded for a knife that gleamed in the candlelight. Her face was a mask of fury, her eyes burning with greed and betrayal. "You thought to rob me, girl, and you beggar stirring her to this." She stepped forward, the knife raised, her voice a hiss. "This is my house, my gold, and I'll have your blood for it." Rose froze, her heart hammering the chest's glow, a beacon that now felt like a trap. But the Gaberlunzie man moved swift and sure, his ragged cloak swirling as he stepped between Rose and Grimsby. "No blood tonight, widow," he said, his voice low, his staff raised like a shield. Grimsby lunged, her knife slashing, but he twisted the cloak, tangling her arm, the staff striking her wrist with a crack. The knife clattered to the floor, and Grimsby stumbled, her scream a mix of pain and rage. "Run, Rose," he shouted, his eyes on Grimsby, who clawed at the cloak, her greed outweighing her pain. Rose grabbed the chalice, its weight a promise, and bolted for the passage. Her candle snuffed the spirals, guiding her in the dark. The Gaberlunzie man followed his staff, blocking Grimsby's path, his voice a taunt. "The treasure's not yours, widow. It never was." Grimsby's curse echoed. "You'll pay for this beggar," but she slipped past her dress, tearing her eyes wild as she vanished into the manor's maze. Her vow of revenge, a poison in the air. Rose emerged in the great hall, her breath ragged, the chalice clutched tight, the Gaberlunzie man at her heels. The manor was still Hodge, snoring the servants asleep, but the night felt alive, the tapestry's spiral a silent witness. What now? Rose whispered, her voice trembling the treasure's reality, a weight she hadn't expected. Now the Gaberlunzie man said, his eyes sharp, his cloak settling, "We show Thornwick the truth. This gold's for the village, for those who share like you. But Grimsby's not done, lass. She'll come for us, and we must be ready." He guided her to the manor's door, his staff tapping his ragged form, a shield against the dark. The chest remained below, its secrets safe for now. But Grimsby's curse lingered, a shadow that followed them into the night. The village slept unaware of the treasure, the battle, the test that had shifted Thornwick's fate. Rose clutched the chalice, her heart a storm of fear and hope, the Gaberlunzie man's riddle now, a truth she couldn't unsee. He was more than a beggar, his skills a hint of something greater. But his eyes held her trust, a promise that this was only the beginning. The manor stood behind them, its lights cold, its mistress plotting, and the valley's mist swirled a veil over the secrets yet to come. The dawn broke over Thornwick with a hesitant light, the mist parting to reveal a village transformed by a single night's work. The manor's hidden treasure, a chest of gold jewels and a chalice etched with spirals, had been revealed. Its discovery a spark that lit the valley with hope. Rose, the orphan servant who dared to follow the Gaberlunzie man's riddle, stood in the village square, the chalice in her hands, its glow a beacon for the gathered folk. The Gaberlunzie man, still cloaked in rags, his staff a quiet presence, declared the treasure for Thornwick's poor, with Rose as its steward. The villagers cheered, their weathered faces alight. Old Tom the baker, the blacksmith, Goody Harrow, their hands reaching for her, their voices a chorus of gratitude. But Widow Grimsby's curse, "You'll pay for this beggar," hung over the moment like a storm cloud, her escape into the manor's shadows, a promise of vengeance that chilled Rose's heart. The square buzzed with life, the treasure's tale spreading like wildfire. The Gaberlunzie man had guided Rose to the manor's secret chamber, outwitted Grimsby's knife, and ensured the chest's wealth would feed the hungry, clothe the cold, rebuild the broken. "It's the Lord's gift," he said, his voice carrying over the crowd, his gray eyes sharp, "hidden for those who share, who give. When they've little themselves, Rose found it, and she'll guard it for you all." The villagers roared, lifting Rose onto their shoulders. Her auburn hair loose, her eyes wide with a mix of pride and fear. She clutched the chalice, its weight a reminder of the risk, of Grimsby's fury, of the beggar's secrets she hadn't yet unraveled. Rose felt the Gaberlunzie man's gaze steady, and knowing as if he saw the questions in her heart. His skill in the chamber, the disarmed trap, the swift deflection of Grimsby's knife spoke of more than a beggar's cunning. Who was he, this man in rags, who moved like a knight, who knew the manor's secrets? She wanted to ask, to demand the truth, but the crowd's joy drowned her thoughts, and the manor loomed beyond its windows, dark its mistress plotting. The Gaberlunzie man leaned close, his voice a murmur. "Stay sharp, lass. The widow's not one to forgive. She'll strike." And soon Rose knotted her throat tight. The chalice, a shield she wasn't sure she could wield. Widow Grimsby, humiliated and enraged, had fled the manor's hidden chamber. Her knife lost her wrist, bruised by the beggar's staff. She hid in her private quarters. The door barred her gold, counted and recounted its glitter. No comfort against the treasure she'd failed to claim. The villagers' cheers reached her a taunt that stoked her fury, and her greed turned to something darker. A hunger for revenge that burned hotter than coin. "They think they've won," she hissed, her fingers clawing at a velvet pouch, her eyes wild. "That beggar, that girl, they'll rue this day." She knew the manor's wealth was hers by right, and no riddle-spouting vagrant would strip it from her grasp. Grimsby's steward Hodge trembled as she summoned him, his weaselly face pale, his hands wringing. "Find the hedge witch," she ordered, tossing him her last silver coins, their clink a promise of pain if he failed, in the woods by the black oak. "Tell her I need a charm, something to curse that beggar and his wretched girl go." Hodge scurried off his cloak, flapping the valley's mist, swallowing him as he sought the witch whose name was whispered in fear. A woman of old magic, her spells as sharp as thorns. Rose, now free of the manor's service, took shelter with old Tom, his bakery a warm haven of flour and fire. The villagers rallied, bringing tools, food plans to share the treasure, new roofs, a mill, a school for the children. Rose's heart swelled, her fear tempered by their trust. But the Gaberlunzie man's warning lingered, and strange signs began to appear. A field near the manor wilted its barley, blackening overnight. An eerie light flickered in the woods at dusk, green and cold gone when approached. The chalice kept in Tom's locked chest seemed to hum faintly. Its spirals warm to the touch, Rose confided in the Gaberlunzie man. Her voice low as they met by the stream, his camp, a flicker of light in the dark. "Something's wrong," she said, her hands twisting her apron, her eyes on the manor's distant silhouette. "The village feels heavy, like it's waiting. Is it Grimsby or the treasure?" She paused, her gaze sharpening. "And you, who are you really? You're no beggar, not with what you did in there." The Gaberlunzie man's smile was faint, his eyes glinting under his hood. "Sharp as ever, Rose," he said, his voice warm but guarded. "I'm a wanderer seeking what's true in folks' hearts. The manor's treasure was a test, and you passed it. As for Grimsby," he leaned on his staff, his gaze darkening. "She's not done. I feel it too. The air's sour, the shadows too long. She's meddling with things she shouldn't, and we'll need to face her." He didn't answer her question, his silence a wall, but his hand brushed her shoulder, a gesture of trust that eased her doubt. Hodge returned that night, his face ashen, his cloak torn from brambles. He carried a small bone-white charm, its surface etched with runes that seemed to writhe in the candlelight. Grimsby seized it, her lips curling, her voice a chant as she followed the hedge witch's instructions. The charm was a curse woven from old magic meant to summon wraiths. shadows of greed and spite to hunt the beggar and Rose. "They'll choke on their victory," she whispered, her fingers crushing the charm, its runes flaring green. The manor trembled, a wind howling through its halls, and Grimsby laughed her greed, a fire that consumed her caution. The curse's effects spread subtle at first. The village's wells grew bitter, their water tasting of ash. Crows gathered on the manor's roof, their cries sharp, their eyes too. Knowing Rose woke to nightmares of spirals that bled her hands shaking as she held the chalice, its hum louder, its warmth a warning. She sought the Gaberlunzie man, finding him by his oak, his fire low, his staff sharpened at its hidden edge. "It's her," she said, her voice trembling. "Grimsby's doing this. I can feel it." He nodded, his face grim, his rags no longer hiding the strength in his frame. "Aye, lass, she's dipped into dark waters called things no mortal should." The treasure's light stirred her, but her greeds twisted it. He stood his staff, a weapon, now his voice steady. "We'll face her, Rose, but you must trust me. The village needs you, and I'll not let her harm you." His words were a vow, but his silence about his past was a shadow, and Rose felt it a question she couldn't ask. The village rallied unaware of the curse's full weight. Old Tom baked bread for the poor, the blacksmith forged tools. Goody Harrow shared her wool, their kindness a tide that lifted Thornwick. But the signs grew spoiled milk, flickering lights, a child's fever that no herb could break. Rose worked with the villagers, her hands busy, her heart heavy. The chalice, a symbol of hope and danger. The Gaberlunzie man watched his camp, a vigil, his eyes on the manor where Grimsby's windows glowed green. Her charm's power building like a storm. One night, as the moon hid behind clouds, the curse struck. Shadows moved in the woods, not hubyas but wraiths. Formless cold, their eyes like Grimsby's greed, they drifted toward the village, their whispers a hiss of spite drawn to Rose and the beggar Turpie. The blacksmith's dog barked, his hackles raised, alerting the folk. Rose clutched the chalice, its hum a pulse, and ran to the Gaberlunzie man, her fear a blade. "It's happening!" She gasped, the wraith's chill seeping through the mist. He stood, his cloak falling, his staff gleaming with a hidden blade's edge. "Stay close, lass," he said, his voice a knight's command, his eyes burning with purpose. "Grimsby's called her doom, and we'll end it." The village woke, torches flaring, the folk gathering their trust in Rose, a shield. The wraiths closed in the manor's glow, a beacon, and the Gaberlunzie man led the way. His rags a disguise, no longer his heart, a fire that would burn through the dark. The village of Thornwick stood on the edge of a storm, its torches flaring in the night, their light a frail defense against the shadows that crept from the forest. The mist was thick, curling like a living thing, and the air hummed with a malice that seeped from Widow Grimsby's curse. Wraiths formless cold, their eyes burning with greed's echo, drifted toward the square, summoned by the bone-white charm Grimsby had bought from the hedge witch. Rose clutched the chalice, its spirals warm, its hum a pulse that matched her racing heart. The Gaberlunzie man stood before her, his ragged cloak no longer hiding the strength in his frame, his staff gleaming with a hidden blade's edge. The villagers, old Tom, the blacksmith, Goody Harrow gathered behind their faces, pale but resolute, their trust in Rose and the beggar. a fire that held the dark at bay. But Grimsby's vengeance was a tide, and the truth of the Gaberlunzie man was about to break it. The wraiths closed in their whispers, a hiss of spite, their forms shifting like smoke, clawing at the edges of the torchlight. Turpie, the blacksmith's dog, barked furiously. His hackles raised, his courage a spark that rallied the folk. Rose's breath was shallow, her hands trembling, the chalice a weight that anchored her fear. What are they? She whispered, her eyes on the Gaberlunzie man, his silhouette sharp against the mist. Grimsby's folly, he said, his voice steady. A knight's command cutting through the chaos. Her greed called them, twisted her charm into something she can't control. Stay close, Rose. This ends tonight. He raised his staff, its hidden blade sliding free. A blessed sword etched with runes that glowed faintly, a relic of his true calling. The villagers gasped, their whispers rising. But Rose's heart leaped, her questions about his identity answered in the steel's gleam. He was no beggar, but something more, and she trusted him as she had from the first crust she'd shared. Grimsby emerged from the manor, her black dress torn her face, a mask of triumph and madness. The bone-white charm hung from her neck, its runes pulsing green, feeding the wraith's hunger. You thought you'd steal my gold, beggar? She shrieked, her voice a venomous lash, her eyes locked on the Gaberlunzie man. You and that wretched girl, you'll choke on your theft. She raised her hands, the charm flaring, and the wraiths surged, their claws raking the air, their whispers a chorus of despair. The Gaberlunzie man moved swift and sure, his blade slicing through the nearest wraith, its form dissolving with a wail. I'm no thief, widow, he said, his voice ringing, his cloak falling to reveal a tunic marked with a faded crest. A knight's sigil worn, but proud I am Sir Alaric of the Order of the Thorn, sworn to test the hearts of men. Your greed failed you, and this curse will bind you. The villagers gasped, their torches wavering, their eyes wide as the truth unfolded. Rose's breath caught her trust, vindicated her fear, tempered by awe. Alaric's blade danced, its runes flaring each strike, banishing a wraith, their screams echoing as the charm's power faltered. Rose held the chalice high, its hum growing, its spirals glowing as if answering the blade's light. The villagers rallied, their voices rising in chants. Old prayers, peddlers' rhymes led by old Tom, whose courage shook his flour-dusted hands. The blacksmith swung his hammer, driving back a wraith, while Goody Harrow tossed salt, its grains hissing as they touched the shadows. Turpie darted through the fray, his barks a defiance that broke the wraith's spell. Grimsby's face twisted, her triumph crumbling as the wraiths weakened, her charm's green light dimming. No, she screamed, clutching the charm, its runes burning her skin. This is mine, the manor, the gold, all of it. She lunged for Rose, her hands clawing, but Alaric was there, his blade a barrier, his eyes burning with a knight's resolve. Your greed's your chain, widow, he said, his voice low, his blade pressing the charm against her chest. Let it go, or it'll take you. The charm flared, its runes exploding in a burst of green fire, and Grimsby screamed, her body convulsing as the curse turned inward. The wraiths wailed, dissolving into mist, their eyes fading, their whispers silenced. The charm crumbled, its bone-white shards falling, and Grimsby collapsed, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. The curse had bound her not to death, but to the manor. Her greed a prison that would hold her in shame. The villagers watched their torches steady their fear, giving way to justice. Rose lowered the chalice, its hum quiet, its glow soft but warm. The square was still the mist, lifting the stars, breaking through the clouds. Alaric sheathed his blade, his tunic marked by the thorn's crest, his face weary but calm. "It's done," he said, his voice soft, his eyes on Rose. "The treasure's yours. Thornwick's and Grimsby's power is broken." The villagers cheered, their voices a tide, but Rose's eyes were on Alaric, her heart full of questions, gratitude, and a quiet strength she hadn't known she held. The days that followed were a rebirth. The treasure was brought from the manor's chamber, its gold and jewels shared under Rose's care. Fields were sown cottages, repaired a school built for the children, its walls etched with spirals in honor of the Lord's gift. Grimsby, shamed and powerless, remained in the manor. Her doors barred her wealth, gone her name a cautionary tale. The villagers called her the Widow of Stone. Her greed a lesson whispered by firesides. Rose, now free, lived with old Tom, her hands busy with the village's renewal. Her heart light but watchful, the chalice, a symbol of her role. Alaric stayed, his rags traded for a simple tunic, his knightly crest a quiet pride. He helped rebuild his blade, sheathed his stories of the Thorn Order shared with Rose by the stream. "We test the world," he said, his eyes distant, seeking those who give, who love, despite their lack. "You, Rose, were Thornwick's truth." She blushed her questions, answered her trust, a bond that needed no words. Yet she saw his restlessness, his eyes on the hills, his staff ready for the next road. One evening, as summer bloomed and the valley glowed with green, Alaric prepared to leave his sack, packed his blade, hidden once more. The villagers gathered their gifts, bread wool, a carved spiral from the blacksmith piled at his feet. Rose stood before him, the chalice in her hands, her eyes bright with tears she wouldn't shed. "Will you come back?" she asked, her voice steady, her heart open. He smiled, his hand brushing hers, and slipped a ring from his finger, a knight's token, silver with a thorn's curve. "Keep this, Rose," he said, his voice warm. "If you need me, I'll know the world's wide, and there are other tests, other treasures. But Thornwick's yours, and you'll guard it well." She nodded the ring, a promise, its weight, a comfort as he turned his staff, tapping his figure, fading into the mist. The village thrived. Its scars healed its folk, bound by Rose's kindness, the treasure's light. Old Tom told her story, the blacksmith forged her spirals. Goody Harrow wove her name into songs. The manor stood empty, Grimsby a ghost, her curse a memory. But one night, as Rose walked the hills, a faint glow flickered in the forest, a spiral golden like the chalice's mark. She smiled, her hand on the ring, knowing Alaric's quest lived its secrets, waiting for another heart to find. Thornwick slept, its fires warm, its valley alive with hope. Rose stood watch, the chalice at her side, the ring a vow, her kindness. A legend that would outlive her, carried by the wind to firesides far beyond the mist. Story: The Called Lad of Hilton. The wind howled across the hills of northern England, carrying the bite of autumn. and the weight of secrets older than the stones they battered. Hilton Castle stood defiant against the gale, its gray walls rising from the earth like the bones of some ancient giant, its towers clawing at a sky heavy with clouds. In the autumn of 1763, the castle was a shadow of its medieval splendor, its halls drafty, its tapestries faded, yet it remained a monument to the Hilton family's enduring if tarnished legacy. The villagers of Sunderland nestled in the valley below spoke of the castle with a mix of awe and dread, their tales centered on a presence that haunted its corridors. The called lad, a ghostly boy whose mischief chilled the blood and stirred the conscience. Mira Godwin, 20 years old and newly arrived from a hardscrabble life in Newcastle, stepped into this world of whispers with the practicality of someone who'd learned to trust her own hands over fate. Orphaned at 12, Mira had survived by scrubbing floors and mending nets. Her brown eyes sharp with a resilience that belied her slight frame. Her chestnut hair, always tied back in a sensible braid, framed a face that was plain but kind, her lips quick to offer a wry smile despite the weight of her past. Hired as a kitchen maid for Hilton Castle, she saw the job as a means to an end, a chance to save enough coin for a small shop, a life of her own. Making ghosts, she told herself, were for children and fools. The castle, however, had other ideas. From the moment Mira crossed its threshold, lugging her worn satchel through the iron-studded gates, she felt its weight. The air was too cold even for October, and the shadows in the corners seemed to linger longer than they should. The great hall, with its vaulted ceiling and hearth large enough to roast an ox, was grand but hollow, its warmth swallowed by the chill that seeped from the stones. The Hilton family, Lord Edmund, his stern wife Lady Beatrice, and their distant son Charles were rarely seen. Their presence felt more in the servants' hurried whispers than in their footsteps. The household staff, a mix of weathered locals and nervous newcomers, moved through their tasks with an efficiency born of habit. But their eyes darted to the dark as if expecting something to emerge. Mira's duties were simple, but endless scrub. The kitchen's blackened pots stoked the fires, peel turnips until her hands ached, and carry trays to the upper floors when the butler was too drunk to manage. The head housekeeper, Mrs. Brant, was a woman of iron, her gray hair pulled tight, her voice sharp as a whip. Work hard, keep your head down, and don't go poking where you're not wanted. She told Mira on her first day, her eyes lingering on the girl as if measuring her. Mira nodded, her pragmatism outweighing her curiosity, but the castle's atmosphere gnawed at her, a puzzle she couldn't ignore. The servants' talk was her first clue. At supper in the cramped kitchen where the staff ate their broth and bread, the older maids spoke in low tones of the called lad. "He's a boy, no older than my nephew," said Agnes, a laundress with trembling hands. "Killed by a Hilton lord, they say. Back when the castle was young, his spirits trapped, poor thing, and he's none too pleased about it." The others nodded, their faces pale in the candlelight. They told of fires snuffed out, doors slamming, and a mournful song that drifted through the halls at midnight. "He's harmless," mostly said Tom, the stable hand, "but cross him and you'll regret it." Mira listened, her spoon paused halfway to her mouth, her skepticism warring with a shiver she couldn't explain. "Ghosts don't scrub pots or steal candles," she said, her tone light but firm. "Sounds like rats or a drafty chimney to me." The table fell silent, the the servants exchanging glances, and Mrs. Brandt's eyes narrowed. "Mind your tongue, girl," she said. "Hilton's got its ways, and you do well to respect them." Mira shrugged, but the stories clung to her like damp air after a storm. Her nights in the servants' quarters, a narrow room with a straw pallet and a single window, were restless. The castle seemed to come alive after dark, its silence broken by creaks, whispers, and the occasional thud that no one could explain. Mira told herself it was the wind, the settling of old stones, but sleep eluded her. One night, as she lay staring at the ceiling, a sound drifted through the room. A boy's voice, soft and mournful, singing a lullaby she'd heard as a child. Its melody fragmented as if the singer couldn't recall the end. Her heart raced, but she clenched her fists, refusing to fear what she couldn't see. The disturbances grew bolder. In the kitchen, a ladle vanished from her hand, only to reappear on a shelf she couldn't reach. A fire she'd stoked to a blaze died without warning, leaving her shivering in the dark. Once, as she carried a tray up the spiral stairs, a cold breath grazed her neck, whispering her name. Mira, 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 before fading. She dropped the tray, the clatter echoing and misses. Brandt's scolding was swift, but Mira's mind was elsewhere, piecing together the tales. The called lad wasn't just a story. He was real, and he was reaching out. Her curiosity, a trait she'd buried under years of survival, stirred. The other servants avoided the castle's darker corners, the cellars, the old chapel, the crumbling east wing. But Mira felt drawn to them, as if the boy's song was a thread pulling her closer. She began to notice patterns. The pranks were childish, not cruel like a boy seeking attention. The song, always the same, carried a longing that tugged at her heart, reminding her of her own mother's lullabies before fever took her. Mira didn't believe in ghosts. Not truly. But she believed in sorrow, and the called lad's was undeniable. One evening, as she scrubbed the kitchen hearth, the air grew colder, the shadows deeper. The other maids had gone to bed, leaving Mira alone with her lantern's flickering light. A pot clattered to the floor, though no one was near, and the lullaby returned clearer now, its notes weaving through the room. Mira stood, her cloth forgotten, and spoke into the dark, her voice steady despite the chill. "I know you're there," she said, "called lad or whatever you are. Stop hiding and tell me what you want." The lantern dimmed its flame, shrinking to a pinprick, and a gust of wind swept through the kitchen. Though the windows were shut, Mira's breath caught as a shape formed in the shadows, a boy translucent, his pale skin glowing faintly, his eyes like frost on a winter morning. He was small, no older than 12, his clothes tattered rags, his expression a mix of defiance and fear. "Why aren't you afraid?" he asked, his voice a whisper that echoed in her mind. Cold, but not unkind. Mira's heart pounded, but she held his gaze, her practicality anchoring her. "I've seen worse than ghosts," she said, though. Her hands trembled. "You're the called lad, aren't you? Why do you haunt this place?" The boy's eyes softened, a flicker of sorrow breaking through his defiance. "They call me that," he said, "but my name's Tom. I don't mean to scare you. I just want someone to listen." He stepped closer, the air growing colder, and Mira felt a pang of pity, as if the boy's loneliness mirrored her own. "Tell me, Tom," she said, her voice gentler now. "What happened to you?" His form flickered as if the question pained him. I was a stable boy, he said, his words halting. Long ago, Lord Hilton. He hurt me, hid me away. I promised my ma I'd bring her something, a locket silver. All I had never did now. I'm stuck and no one remembers. His voice broke the lullaby, rising again, and he vanished, leaving only a chill and the echo of his song. Mira stood frozen, the kitchen silent once more, her lantern flaring back to life. Tom's words were a weight, a call she couldn't ignore. The castle's secrets, its cold, its shadows. They were tied to a boy's death. A wrong, unrighted Mira wasn't one for heroics, but she'd known loss, known promises broken by fate. If Tom was trapped, she'd find a way to free him, even if it meant facing Hilton's wrath. She picked up her cloth, her mind racing, and vowed to uncover the truth, step by cautious step into the castle's haunted heart. The kitchen of Hilton Castle was silent once more, the lantern's flame steady, casting long shadows across the stone walls. Mira. Godwin stood rooted to the spot where the ghostly boy Tom had appeared, his frost-blue eyes and broken lullaby lingering in her mind like a half-remembered dream. The air had warmed, the chill of his presence gone, but her heart still raced, her hands clutching the damp cloth she'd used to scrub the hearth. She wasn't a believer in spirits, not before tonight, but Tom's sorrow. His plea for a silver locket and a promise unfulfilled was as real as the cold stones beneath her feet. Mira, practical to her core, felt a shift within her, a call she couldn't ignore. Sleep was impossible after that. She returned to her narrow pallet in the servants' quarters, the wind howling outside, but her thoughts were louder. Tom's story, a stable boy killed by Lord Hilton. His body hidden, his mother's locket lost, carried a weight that stirred memories of her own losses. Mira's mother had died when she was 10. Her father 2 years later, leaving her with nothing but a stubborn will to survive. Promises broken by death were a pain she knew too well, and the thought of Tom trapped for centuries, unable to rest, tugged at a part of her. She'd long buried her compassion. By dawn, as gray light crept through the castle's high windows, Mira made her decision. She would help Tom find his locket and clear his name, whatever it took. It was a reckless choice for a maid with no power in a castle, ruled by a family whose name inspired fear. But Mira's curiosity and sense of justice were stronger than her caution. She'd face the called lad again, learn more of his story, and uncover the truth hidden in Hilton's walls. The castle with its secrets and shadows was no longer just her workplace. It was a puzzle, and Tom was its key. Her days continued as before, filled with the grind of kitchen work, hauling water, kneading dough, and dodging Mrs. Brandt's sharp tongue. But Mira's eyes were sharper now, her ears attuned to every creak and whisper. The called lad's pranks grew bolder as if he sensed her resolve. A sack of flour spilled across the floor when she turned her back, though no one was near. Her lantern flickered out in the pantry, leaving her in darkness until she whispered Tom's name, and it flared back to life. At night, the lullaby returned, its notes clearer, weaving through the corridors like a thread she could almost follow. The other servants noticed the uptick in disturbances, their whispers growing anxious, but Mira kept silent her secret, a fragile bond with the boy. She began to seek him out, testing the castle's limits. After her duties when the household slept, Mira lingered in the kitchen, her lantern low, speaking softly into the dark. "Tom, "I'm here," she'd say, her voice steady despite the chill that answered, "Tell me more. Where's the locket? What happened to you?" Most nights he didn't appear, but his presence was unmistakable. A cold breeze, a shadow that moved against the light, a faint hum of his song. Mira wasn't afraid, not exactly, but the castle's atmosphere pressed on her, its stones seeming to watch as if guarding their secrets. One stormy night, as thunder rolled over the hills and rain lashed the castle's walls, Mira stayed late, scrubbing pots by the hearth. The kitchen was empty, the other maids long gone to bed, and the fire's warmth did little to ease the cold that seeped from the stones. She spoke again, louder this time, her voice cutting through the storm's roar. "Tom, I want to help you. Show yourself. Please." The words hung in the air, and the fire dimmed its flames, shrinking to embers. A gust swept through the room, rattling the pots, and Mira's lantern flickered, casting wild shadows. He appeared more solid than before, his translucent form glowing faintly in the dark. Tom stood by the hearth, his tattered rags hanging loosely, his frost-blue eyes fixed on her. His face was boyish, with a smudge of dirt frozen on his cheek, but his expression was older, weighed by centuries of unrest. "You're not like the others," he said, his voice a whisper that echoed in her mind, cold but curious. "They run, you stay, why?" Mira's heart pounded, but she met his gaze, her practicality, her shield. "I know what it's like to lose someone," she said, "to carry a promise you can't keep. You said you need your locket for your mother. I'll find it, Tom. But I need to know more. What did Lord Hilton do? Where should I look?" Tom's form flickered as if the question stirred pain. He drifted closer, the air growing colder, and Mira shivered her breath, visible. "I was a stable boy," he said, his words halting like a wound reopened. "Worked for Lord Robert 100 years back. He was cruel, quick with a whip, quicker with his temper. I spilled his wine a mistake. He hit me harder than ever and I fell. Didn't wake up. He hid me, buried me where no one would look. The locket, it was for Ma, sick and dying. I swore I'd bring it to her. Never did." His voice broke the lullaby, rising its notes, a wail that pierced Mira's heart. She saw the boy he'd been small, scared, clinging to a promise as his world ended. "Where did he bury you?" she asked, her voice soft. "Where's the locket?" Tom's eyes darkened, his form wavering. "The stables," he said. "Under the stones where the horses sleep. But it's not just the locket, my name. He took it, made me nothing. You have to tell them. Mira, tell them I didn't steal, didn't deserve it." He reached out his hand, passing through hers, leaving a chill that lingered. "Be careful. The castle knows it protects its own." Before she could ask more, thunder crashed and Tom vanished, the fire flaring back to life. Mira stood alone, her hands trembling, the lullaby fading into the storm's roar. The stables crumbling, half abandoned a place. Even the servants avoided. She'd start there. But Tom's warning echoed. The castle knows. Hilton was more than stone and mortar. It was a living thing guarding the Hilton's sins. Mira, a mere maid, was stepping into a danger she couldn't fully grasp. The next day she began her preparations, careful to avoid suspicion. She worked harder, earning Mrs. Brant's grudging approval, but her mind was on the stables. During a rare break, she slipped to the courtyard where the stable ruins stood, their wooden beams sagging, their stones moss-covered. The air there was heavy, the silence oppressive, and Mira felt eyes on her, though no one was near. She knelt, touching a cracked stone, and whispered Tom's name, hoping for a sign. A cold breeze answered, stirring the leaves, and she knew he was watching. Her nights grew more restless, Tom's presence stronger. He didn't always appear, but his pranks were pointed now as if urging her on. A door creaked open to reveal a staircase she'd never noticed. A candle rolled across the floor, pointing to a forgotten corridor. Once, as she passed the great hall, a tapestry rippled, revealing a faded image of a boy with a locket, his face eerily like Tom's. Mira's heart raced, but she memorized each clue, her determination growing. She wasn't just helping a ghost. She was righting a wrong, giving voice to a boy the world had forgotten. But the castle resisted. Mrs. Brandt caught her lingering near the stables, her face a mask of suspicion. "What are you doing out here, girl?" she snapped. "The stables are no place for maids." Mira mumbled an excuse about fetching a tool, but Mrs. Brandt's eyes followed her sharp, and knowing the other servants grew distant, their whispers turning to Mira, now calling her reckless, cursed. Even Lord Edmund, rarely seen, paused one evening as she served dinner, his gaze lingering on her with a cold curiosity that made her skin crawl. Mira's resolve was tested most at night when Tom's song grew louder, its sorrow a weight on her chest. She dreamed of him small, bleeding, buried under stones, his hands reaching for a locket just out of grasp. She woke, gasping, her palate damp with sweat, and knew time was short. Tom's spirit was fraying his pranks more desperate, as if his strength depended on her. She couldn't fail him, not when his trust fragile as frost rested on her alone. On the 7th night, as a storm brewed over Sunderland, Mira made her move. She slipped from the servants' quarters, her lantern hooded, and crept to the stables, her heart pounding. The castle was awake, its shadows moving, its stones groaning as if in warning. She knelt by the stable's broken floor, her fingers tracing the stones Tom had named, and whispered, "I'm here. Tom, show me." The air grew cold, the lullaby rising, and a faint glow appeared, outlining a stone that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Mira's hands shook, but she began to dig her nails, scraping her resolve aflame against the castle's dark. The called lad's call had been answered, and Mira, stepping into his world, knew there was no turning back. Mira Godwin knelt in the ruins of Hilton Castle's stables, her fingers raw from scraping at the cold moss-covered stones. The storm raged outside, its thunder, a distant growl, but the air within the crumbling structure was heavier, charged with a presence that made her skin prickle. Her lantern, set on a broken beam, cast a feeble glow, its light swallowed by the shadows that clung to the walls. The stone she'd chosen, guided by Tom's faint glow, felt different, warmer, as if it pulsed with a memory of the boy it hid. Mira's heart pounded, a mix of fear and determination, as she dug her nails, catching on dirt and grit. She was no longer just a maid. She was a seeker of truth, bound to the called lad's desperate plea. The past week had transformed her. Since Tom's appearance in the kitchen, his frost-blue eyes and broken lullaby had haunted her, driving her to unravel the mystery of his death and the silver locket he'd promised his mother. Her days in Hilton Castle were a careful dance, scrubbing pots, dodging Mrs. Brandt's scrutiny, and feigning ignorance when the other servants whispered of the called lad's escalating pranks. But her nights were her own, spent creeping through the castle's darkened corridors, chasing clues that Tom's spirit left like breadcrumbs. A creaking door, a rolling candle, a tapestry that rippled to reveal his face. The investigation began in earnest after that stormy night. Mira's first step was to question the servants cautiously probing for scraps of the castle's history. Agnes the laundress was the most forthcoming, her voice low as she spoke over a steaming tub. "The called lad's been here since my grand's time," she said, her eyes darting to the shadows. "They say he was a stable boy, killed by Lord Robert Hilton. Oh, a cruel man, that one. Something about a theft, though no one knows for sure." Tom the stable hand, younger and less superstitious, scoffed, but admitted the stables were queer, avoided even by the horses. Mrs. Brant, however, shut down any talk, her glare enough to silence the table. "Mind your work, not old tales," she snapped, but Mira caught a flicker of fear in her eyes. The castle's library, a dusty chamber of sagging shelves and moth-eaten books, offered more. Mira slipped in during a rare moment when the butler was absent, her lantern illuminating rows of leather-bound journals. The Hilton family's records were sparse, but she found a ledger from 1660, its pages brittle with an entry in Lord Robert's hand. Trouble in the stables boy dealt with. No further issue. The words were cold clinical, but they sent a chill down Mira's spine. Another journal mentioned a burial hasty and unmarked to avoid scandal. Mira memorized the pages, her heart racing, knowing each discovery tied her closer to Tom's truth and to danger. Tom's presence grew stronger, his pranks more pointed as if he sensed her progress. In the kitchen, a knife flew from a rack embedding in a wall inches from her hand, its blade quivering as his lullaby echoed. She whispered his name, and the knife fell harmless. But the message was clear. Urgency, desperation. In the great hall, a candelabrum tipped over its wax, pooling to form a crude arrow pointing to the east wing, a crumbling maze of sealed rooms. Once as she passed the chapel, a hymn book opened on its own, its pages flipping to a prayer for the dead. Tom's voice humming softly. Mira's skepticism waned, with each sign replaced by a resolve to free him, though the castle's resistance grew. The east wing was her next target. She waited until midnight when the household slept and crept through its corridors, her lantern hooded to avoid detection. The air was stale, thick with dust, and the walls groaned as if protesting her presence. Tom guided her, his cold touch brushing her hand, leading to a locked door, its wood warped but carved with a faint Hilton crest. She found a rusted key in a nearby alcove, hidden as if by Tom's will, and the door creaked open, revealing an attic of forgotten relics. Broken furniture, moth-eaten tapestries, and a chest that hummed with a strange energy. Inside, she found a scrap of cloth tattered and stained matching Tom's rags, and a locket-shaped dent in the dust, as if it had been taken long ago. The discovery was a triumph, but it came at a cost. Mrs. Brant caught her descending from the east wing, her lantern casting accusing shadows. "What are you doing, girl?" The housekeeper demanded, her voice low but sharp. "That wing's forbidden. You're stirring trouble." Mira stammered an excuse about a lost broom, but Mrs. Brant's eyes narrowed her suspicion. "A blade. The called lad's restless because of you," she said. "Leave him be, or you'll regret it." Mira nodded, her heart pounding, but she knew retreat wasn't an option. The castle was waking, its secrets clawing to stay hidden. Tom's pranks turned darker, testing her resolve. In the cellar where she searched for more clues, barrels toppled, nearly crushing her, and his voice whispered, "Hurry, Mira." A mirror in the servants' quarters cracked as she passed, reflecting her face alongside Tom's, his eyes pleading. The other servants grew wary, their whispers branding her as cursed. Even Agnes, once friendly, avoided her muttering prayers when Mira neared. Lord Edmund's son Charles watched her from the dining hall, his gaze cold and calculating, as if sensing her meddling. Mira felt the castle closing in its stones a cage, but Tom's need was her anchor. The stables became her focus, the place Tom had named as his grave. She visited during breaks, pretending to fetch hay, her eyes scanning the broken stones. The ruins were a labyrinth of decay, their beams sagging their air thick with the scent of rot and something older grief, perhaps. She felt Tom strongest here, his lullaby a constant hum, his cold touch guiding her to a corner where the floor dipped its stones loose. She dug when she could, her hands bleeding, but found only dirt and shards of bone, too small to be sure. Each failure weighed on her, but Tom's appearances, fleeting and frantic, urged her on. "It's there," he'd whisper, his form fading. "Find it, please." Her boldest move came on a moonless night when the castle was shrouded in fog. Mira slipped to the stables, her lantern hidden a stolen trowel in hand. The air was heavy, the silence oppressive, and she knelt by the corner Tom had marked, digging deeper than before. The stones resisted as if the castle fought her, but she pressed on her breath, ragged. At last her trowel struck something hard. A small wooden box, its surface carved with a simple flower, buried like a secret. Her hands trembled as she pried it open, revealing a silver locket, its chain tarnished but unbroken, its surface etched with a mother's initials. Mira clutched the locket, its weight a promise kept, but Tom appeared, his form brighter, his eyes wide with hope and fear. "You found it," he said, his voice trembling. "Take it to the chapel. Mira Ma's grave, it's there under the cross. But hurry, the castle won't let go. Easy." His form flickered as if the effort drained him, and he vanished, leaving a chill that lingered. Mira tucked the locket into her apron, her heart soaring but heavy. The chapel was her next step, but Tom's warning echoed the castle, protected its own, and the Hilton's sins were its heart. As she crept back to the castle, the fog thickened, the shadows moving with purpose. A door slammed in the distance, though no one stirred. Her lantern flickered, casting Tom's face in the glass. His eyes urgent, Mrs. Brandt's voice called from the courtyard, sharp and suspicious, and Mira hid her breath shallow. The locket burned against her skin, a beacon of truth in a place that thrived on lies. She was close, so close, but the castle was awake, its wrath stirring, and Mira knew the truth would come at a cost. Tom's lullaby rose a guide and a warning as she steeled herself for the chapel, where the called lad's peace and her own fate awaited Mira. Godwin clutched the silver locket tightly, its tarnished chain biting into her palm as she slipped through the fog-shrouded courtyard of Hilton Castle. The night was a living thing, the air thick with the scent of rain and the weight of secrets. The castle's stones groaning as if in protest. The locket unearthed from the stable's ruins was more than a trinket. It was Tom's anchor, the key to his unfulfilled promise to his dying mother, and the truth that bound his spirit to this place. Mira's heart pounded a drumbeat of fear and resolve as she moved toward the chapel, Tom's words echoing in her mind. Take it to Ma's grave under the cross. But hurry, the castle won't let go. Easy. The discovery of the locket had unleashed a storm within Hilton. The called lad's pranks, once childish, had ceased, replaced by a restless energy that set the castle on edge. Doors slammed without wind, shadows twisted into shapes that weren't human, and a cold deeper than winter seeped into every room. The servants whispered of curses, their eyes darting to Mira, who they now avoided as if she carried the plague. Mrs. Brandt's suspicion had hardened into hostility, her warnings laced with a fear that suggested she knew more than she let on. Even the Hilton family, Lord Edmund, Lady Beatrice, and their son Charles, seemed to sense the shift, their gazes lingering on Mira with a mix of curiosity and menace. Mira's journey to the chapel was a gauntlet. The fog clung to her, its tendrils cold and grasping, and the castle's corridors seemed to stretch, their walls narrowing as she passed. Her lantern flickered its flame, struggling against an unseen force, and Tom's lullaby rose faint but urgent, guiding her through the maze. She whispered his name, seeking his presence. But he didn't appear, his absence, a weight that pressed on her chest. The locket grew warmer, almost alive, as if it sensed its destination, and Mira's resolve hardened. She was a maid, powerless in the eyes of Hilton, but she carried Tom's truth, and that was power enough. The chapel, tucked in a forgotten corner of the castle, was a relic of faith, long abandoned. Its door was warped, its hinges rusted, and the air within was stale, heavy with the scent of damp stone and decayed prayer. Mira pushed it open, her lantern casting a weak glow across cracked pews, faded frescoes, and a stone altar draped in cobwebs. At the far end, beneath a weathered wooden cross, was a simple grave, its marker barely legible. Eliza Mayhew, 1658. Tom's mother. Mira's breath caught the locket burning in her hand. But as she stepped forward, the chapel door slammed shut, the sound, a thunderclap in the silence. The air grew colder, the lantern dimming to a pinprick, and a presence filled the room, heavy and malevolent. Mira turned, her heart lurching, and saw a shadow take form. A towering figure, its outline jagged, its eyes. Two burning coals in a face of rage. Lord Robert Hilton. The man who'd killed Tom stood before her, his ghostly form radiating a fury that shook the chapel's stones. You dare disturb my rest. He roared, his voice, a storm that rattled the pews. The boy was nothing, a thief, a wretch. Leave this place or join him in the dark. Mira's knees buckled, fear clawing at her, but she gripped the locket, its warmth a reminder of Tom. You're the thief, she said, her voice trembling but defiant. You took his life, hid his body, and let his name be forgotten. I'm here for Tom, not you. The words were a spark, and Tom's spirit appeared, his translucent form flickering beside her, his frost-blue eyes blazing with a courage she hadn't seen before. She speaks true, Tom said, his voice small but clear. You can't hide me no more. Robert's ghost surged forward, his shadow hands reaching for Mira, their touch like ice choking the air from her lungs. The chapel quaked, dust falling from the ceiling, and the cross above the grave trembled. Mira gasped, her vision darkening, but Tom's light flared, a shield of pale glow that pushed Robert back. The boy's lullaby rose its notes, a weapon weaving a truth the castle couldn't deny. Mira stumbled to the grave, her hands shaking as she knelt, the locket clutched like a talisman. "Eliza Mayhew," she whispered, "this is from your son Tom. He kept his promise." Before she could place the locket, Robert's ghost roared, his form swelling, filling the chapel with a darkness that smothered the light. "You'll pay for this, girl," he bellowed, and the floor cracked, a chasm opening beneath Mira, its depths pulsing with a cold that wasn't of this world. Tom's spirit lunged, his light wrapping around her, pulling her back from the edge. "Don't stop," he cried, his voice breaking for Ma. Mira's heart raced, and she pressed the locket to the grave, its silver glowing as it touched the stone, a beacon in the chaos. The chapel erupted, a maelstrom of light and shadow. Robert's ghost howled, his form fraying, as the locket's glow spread its runes, pulsing with a warmth that countered his rage. Tom's lullaby grew louder, its melody whole for the first time, a song of love and loss that filled the air. The cross flared its wood, shining like a star, and a vision swept through Mira's mind, forced by Tom's will. A boy small and trembling, spilling wine in the stables. Lord Robert, drunk and furious, striking him with a shovel. The boy's body limp, buried under stones, the locket clutched in his hand. The truth was a blade cutting through the castle's lies, and Mira wept her voice, joining Tom's song, declaring his innocence. The vision shattered, and the chapel door burst open. The fog spilling in, Lord Edmund Hilton stood in the doorway, his face pale, his eyes wide with shock. Behind him were Mrs. Brant Charles and a handful of servants drawn by the chaos. "What in God's name is happening?" Edmund demanded, his voice trembling as the chapel's stones groaned. Mira rose, the locket still glowing, Tom's spirit at her side, his form brighter, his eyes fixed on Robert's fading shadow. "Your ancestor killed this boy," she said, her voice steady despite the fear choking her. "Tom Mayhew, a stable boy murdered for nothing. He deserves peace, and you'll hear the truth." Robert's ghost surged again, his hands clawing at Mira, but Tom's light held the locket's glow, a fire that burned away his power. The cross blazed its light, joining Tom's, and the chapel's frescoes seemed to move, saints and angels watching in judgment. Edmund staggered, his face ashen, as if the castle's sins weighed on him. Mrs. Brant gasped, her hands covering her mouth, and Charles took a step back, his arrogance crumbling. The servants whispered prayers, their fear mingling with awe as the truth tore through Hilton's heart. Mira pressed the locket deeper into the grave, her voice rising. "Tom Mayhew was no thief. He was a son, a boy who loved his mother. You took his life, Robert Hilton, but you can't take his name." The words were a spell fueled by Tom's light and the locket's truth, and Robert's ghost screamed, his form dissolving into shadow, banished by the cross's radiance. The chasm closed, the chapel stilled, and the locket's glow softened its task, complete. Tom's spirit turned to Mira, his face no longer defiant, but peaceful, a boy again, not a ghost. "You did it," he said, his voice warm, free of the cold that had bound him. "Ma knows now I'm free." His lullaby hummed one last time, a note of joy, and he reached for the grave where a faint light rose, the shape of a woman's hand welcoming him. The servants gasped, and Edmund fell to his knees, his head bowed as if in penance. But the crisis wasn't over. Edmund rose, his face torn between shame and fury. "You've brought chaos to my house," he said, his voice low. "Dangerous. This truth, it shames us all. What do you expect, girl?" Mira stood tall, the locket's warmth still in her hand. Tom's light fading, but his courage in her heart. "I expect justice," she said. "For Tom, for his mother, for the truth you've buried." The chapel was silent, the castle holding its breath as the Hiltons faced their legacy, and Mira, a maid against a dynasty, stood ready for what came next. The chapel of Hilton Castle stood frozen in the aftermath of the storm. Its cracked stones and faded frescoes bathed in the soft glow of the silver locket resting on Eliza Mayhew's grave. Mira Godwin-faced Lord Edmund Hilton, her breath shallow, her hands still trembling from the confrontation with the ghostly Lord Robert. The air was heavy no longer with the oppressive cold of the called lad's unrest, but with the weight of a truth laid bare, a truth that had shattered the castle's centuries-old silence. Tom's spirit now, a gentle light beside her, flickered with a warmth that contrasted his frost-blue eyes. His form no longer bound by rage, but lifted by hope. The servants huddled at the chapel's entrance, whispered prayers while Mrs. Brant and Charles Hilton watched, their faces pale, caught between fear and awe. Lord Edmund's voice, when he spoke, was a low growl, his eyes flashing with a mix of shame and defiance. "You've brought chaos to my house, girl," he said, stepping closer, his shadow looming over Mira. This tale of murder, it tarnishes our name. What do you expect from us? Absolution for a boy, dead 100 years. His words were sharp, but they faltered, his gaze flickering to the locket, its glow a silent accusation. Mira stood her ground, the locket's warmth in her palm a tether to Tom's courage. "I expect justice," she said, her voice steady, though her heart raced. "Not for me, but for Tom Mayhew. He was a boy, not a thief, killed by your ancestor for nothing. His mother waited for him, and he's been trapped here singing her lullaby because no one cared enough to listen. You can't undo the past, but you can give him peace." Tom's spirit brightened, his form more solid, his eyes fixed on the grave. A faint hum rose the lullaby's final notes, no longer mournful but whole, a melody of love fulfilled. The cross above the grave pulsed, its weathered wood glowing, and a soft light emerged, the shape of a woman's hand, translucent and gentle, reaching for Tom. Eliza Mayhew's spirit, summoned by the locket's return, shimmered in the chapel, her presence a balm that softened the air. The servants gasped, some falling to their knees, and Mrs. Brant clutched her rosary, her lips moving in silent prayer. Edmund staggered, his face ashen, as if the weight of his family's sins pressed on him. Charles, usually aloof, took a step forward, his voice trembling. "Is it true, Father? Did our blood do this?" Lady Beatrice, silent until now, touched her son's arm, her eyes wet, her stern facade cracking. The chapel was a crucible, the truth burning away the Hilton's pride, and Mira, a mere maid, stood at its heart, her courage a flame that refused to flicker. Tom turned to Mira, his voice a whisper, warm and free of the cold that had bound him. "You gave me back to Ma," he said, his boyish face breaking into a smile. "I'm not alone no more." He reached for the glowing hand, his form merging with it, and the locket flared its light enveloping the grave. Wildflowers impossible in October bloomed across the stone, their petals white and soft, a sign of peace. Tom's lullaby swelled its final note, a sigh of release, and he faded, his spirit rising to the chapel ceiling, a star swallowed by dawn. The chapel stilled the cold, lifting the shadows retreating to their corners. The locket dimmed its task, complete. Resting quietly on the grave, a relic of a promise kept Mira's knees buckled. Exhaustion crashing over her, but she felt lighter, as if Tom's freedom had lifted a weight from her own heart. She'd faced the castle's wrath, its ghosts and its lords, and emerged whole. Her purpose fulfilled, but the Hiltons were not so easily absolved. Edmund's face was a battleground shame, warring with the instinct to protect his name. "This changes nothing," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. "The boy's gone and you've stirred trouble. We can't afford. The villagers will talk. The church will meddle. You'll answer for this girl." Mira met his gaze, unafraid now, Tom's courage in her veins. "Let them talk," she said. "The truth's out and it's not mine to carry. It's yours. Do right by Tom or his peace won't last." Her words were bold, reckless for a maid. But the chapel's light, the wildflowers, the memory of Tom's smile gave her strength. She was no longer invisible, no longer just a servant in Hilton's shadow. Mrs. Brant stepped forward, her face torn between fear and reverence. "She's right, my lord," she said, her voice low. "The castle's been cold too long. The boy's rest, it's a sign, let it be." The servants murmured agreement, their fear giving way to a quiet hope. Charles, his arrogance softened, nodded slowly, his eyes on the grave. Lady Beatrice, her composure breaking, whispered, "Enough, Edmund. We've lost enough to pride." Edmund's shoulders sagged, the fight draining from him. He looked at the locket, the flowers, the cross, and something shifted, a crack in the Hilton armor. "What would you have me do?" he asked, his voice almost a plea. Mira's answer was simple. "Honor him. Name him. Let Tom. Mayhew be remembered not as a ghost, but as a boy." She paused, her voice softening. "Rebuild the stables, mark his grave, tell his story. That's justice." The chapel was silent, the castle holding its breath. Edmund nodded a gesture, small but heavy, and turned away, his family following their footsteps, echoing in the fog. The servants dispersed, their whispers now of miracles, not curses, and Mrs. Brant lingered, her eyes meeting Mira's with a grudging respect. "You've done what none dared," she said, and left her rosary clutched tight. Mira stayed alone with the grave, the locket and the fading echo of Tom's song. She touched the wildflowers, their petals soft, and felt a warmth she hadn't known since her own mother's death. She'd given Tom peace, but he'd given her something too. A purpose, a voice, a reminder that even the powerless could change the world. Tears fell not of sorrow, but of release. And she whispered, "Rest." Well, Tom. The days that followed were a reckoning. Edmund, true to his word, ordered the stables rebuilt, a simple stone placed at their heart, carved with Tom's name. Tom Mayhew, 1658, a son remembered. The villagers, hearing the tale, flocked to the castle, their fear replaced by wonder. They left offerings at the chapel candles, flowers, prayers for a boy they'd never known. The church sent a priest who blessed the grave, declaring Tom's soul at rest, and Hilton's cold began to lift its halls warmer, its shadows softer. Mira's role couldn't be hidden. The servants spoke of her with awe, calling her the girl who tamed the called lad Lord. Edmund, though grudging, spared her punishment, his pride humbled by the truth. Lady Beatrice, in a rare act, gave Mira a purse of coin enough to start her shop in Sunderland, a silent acknowledgement of her courage. Charles, his gaze no longer cold, offered a nod, a gesture of respect. Brant softened her scoldings gentler, and Agnes, the laundress, slipped Mira a shawl, whispering, "You're one of us, but braver." Mira left Hilton a month later, her satchel heavier with coin and her heart lighter with purpose. She settled in Sunderland, opening a small bakery, where the scent of bread drew the villagers. Their stories of the called lad, now tales of redemption, not fear. Mira listened, her wry smile hiding the truth she carried, and on quiet evenings she'd light a candle, humming Tom's lullaby. Its notes a comfort, Hilton Castle stood quieter now, its stones no longer groaning, its corridors warmed by a new light. The servants swore the air was sweeter, the fires steadier, and on still nights a faint melody echoed, not mournful, but joyful, a boy's song of peace. Mira, older and wiser, told the tale to children who gathered at her shop, her voice soft, ensuring Tom's name lived on not as a ghost, but as a boy who loved his mother, redeemed by a maid's kindness. The called lad was gone, but his lullaby lingered, a whisper in the hills, a testament to a promise kept and a castle changed forever.